that position as he would have right how they are now in the open area.
And there's a look in Roman's eye now. He can smell blood on his toes. Works angles very, very well. Islam looking to close the distance. Surprised Roman let him come forward like that in that straight line.
Well, I think he was just tentative of the level change. He didn't know exactly when to throw.
Big takedown there.
But he ended up on the wrong side of the leg there. Allowed Roman to go ahead and defend it. And again, a lot of energy on Islam's takedown attempts. Great condition on his part to take such a bad body shot, or a very explosive shot from Roman, and be able to recover. I got to tell you, when that first landed, I wasn't going to be surprised that the fight was over with at that point. It looked like that was the knee right into the solar plexus.
Islam certainly, it looks like he's recovered. A little bit of blood coming from somewhere, can't quite see where yet. But still working on that takedown.
He keeps trying to run the dump and he switches off to a lift. Just not enough downward pressure on the thigh. It's allowing that when he's running out and trying to run the dump, try to throw his leg down, because the leg is moving at the hip too much. It's giving too much ability for Roman to make adjustments.
Just 30 seconds left of this first round here at ACB 49. Roman Kopylov standing over Islam Gugov. The referee calling for them to stand up. Oh, big body shot there yet again from Roman, straight across the midsection of Islam.
I'm surprised that he was able to just run straight in like that, and Islam didn't throw a punch at him, just kind of let him sprint right towards him and just stood there to wait to take the shot that he already took earlier in the round. That was a pretty devastating blow to land in the body there.
So there we have round one in the bank. Very impressed with Islam being able to take that damage. Like you said, that knee, we might get another look at it here.
That knee was vicious. He just was able to step in with the back leg to get closer, and then was able to land with the lead leg right there on the on the midsection. And that's a really devastating shot. It must have barely missed the solar plexus. Otherwise, that would have been over with. There was the second shot. Kind of looked like Roman was trying to decide whether the distance was proper for a knee or for the roundhouse. Kind of caught him in the middle there, but obviously Islam's corner has to come up with some kind of counter for that. Let him know that, hey, when he comes in and he starts running towards you, you either got to throw a straight punch or you got to step side to side. Backing straight up is only going to get you in trouble. Even at that point, him to try to come forward with a punch would jam the knee up much better than just standing there or backing up.
So we're set here for round two of this middleweight bout. Roman Kopylov in the blue corner, Islam Gugov in the red corner. Here on comms, Frank Mir and me, Brian Lacey, guiding you through tonight's proceedings. They touch him up and we go again. Tentative start. Islam going back.
Well, if he's worried about that, the running knee, or almost a flying knee, basically what he threw, but just didn't come off the ground that far, much better to come forward and be aggressive than to stand there and let Roman build momentum and leap forward into that knee. Now he has not only the power and speed of the knee rising, but then his body weight behind it. And so far, he hasn't thrown the knee defensively. Some guys are very good at that also, and you have to be leery of. But it seems like when Roman's backing up, he's looking for hand combinations, not trying to give up a leg. Whereas when you just kind of stand there in front of him, and Islam has been doing a couple times, that running knee comes lurching forward. And so far, that's been the most devastating shot in the fight.
This has also been a tale of the fight. Islam looking for that single leg and just trying to grind something out on the cage. Roman manages to get back to his feet there.
Yeah, basically what the mistake Islam made right there is he locked the leg and was able to pull the far leg down. But then he was concerned about the fact that Roman put his hand down as a post. Whereas at that point, he should have just continued to back away from the cage, lifting both legs up, and basically made it to where he had to make a decision, keep on your hands, but the minute, he breaks free from the hands, then Islam can gain a top position. But by giving up the leg to go for the wrist, then, Roman very, intelligently was able to switch his hips facing the ground again. A little bit of a heel hook attempt there.
Islam looked to the referee, and they stand him back up. We can certainly see the two game plans very obviously for these two fighters. One wants to unload these big punches, and Roman has got some wonderful attacks. He's a hand-to-hand combat champion. And there's a big shovel hook with the right hand there.
Very nice lead hook, jumping in and followed with a straight left hand from Roman. And then was able to very intelligently stay away from any of the clinch, because you've seen that Islam, when he took the shots, was looking to try to stall him and stuff it by clinching onto him. And Roman very well was able to use his footwork to elude that. So a lot of other guys would throw those same punches, land them, but then let their opponent smother them.
2 minutes 30 left, and Islam just ate another shot, a hard right there. Buckled the knees slightly of Islam. It feels like it's a matter of time before Roman hits with something that could end this fight at any moment.
And when he throws extremely powerful and explosive with great accuracy.
Say accuracy, because he's not using like a jab to set these up. He's picking his single shots and putting a lot behind them. Another big body kick there to the outside of the liver of Islam.
And the shots are just destroying the cardio of Islam. In hindsight, I think a better game plan would have been to be more active with the striking, to cause Roman to be more into throwing combinations and throwing with more regularity, letting him get his range and just sit there and get comfortable and explode and choose when he wants to fight. That's a bad recipe for his opponents, and that's exactly what he wants to do. He's very explosive and powerful and throws, one or two shots really hard. But if you would keep him busy, it would probably take away some of the power on those shots.
Again, a very lackluster attempt at maybe a sweep or going in for a leg there from Islam. Getting a warning from the referee now. Islam's also got to be careful now. His hands are a little bit loose when he gets close to that cage. Oh, it's a big turning side kick right into the solar plexus, and that's it. That's all she wrote from the impressive Roman Kopylov.
Islam stepped outside the lead leg of Roman, and Roman was able to set up that rear kick perfectly. You see here how he fades off to the side and then ran right into the spinning side kick.
Fantastic finish and a fantastic debut from Roman Kopylov. Showed a lot of skills there, patience.
Yeah, he was finding a guy that was very grinding, very content not to make it a striking match, and he stayed patient. He didn't make any mistakes against the cage trying to create something. He basically just nullified everything that Islam was doing to him. He fought to get back up, and then basically at that point turned the fight into the type of range he wanted, and took advantage and took over.
Итак, дамы и господа, в стартовом поединке сегодняшнего вечера на отметке 3 минуты 58 секунд второго раунда. Победу нокаутом одержал и остается непобежденным Роман Kopylov!
So there we have Roman Kopylov.
И ваши аплодисменты для его соперника Ислам Гугов.
The first of our fighters here at ACB 49 to get his hand raised. We have 11 more bouts for you to enjoy here. And we just keep them rolling. As we move on to our next bout, we bring in the big fellas.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. И на очереди поединок в тяжелом весе. И в синем углу клетки встречайте Артур Смирнов!
So now we move on to a heavyweight bout. The very exciting debut of just a 20-year-old heavyweight, Artur Smirnov. student fighting champion, a 4-0 in that, and a devastating record as well. 4 fights, 4 wins, all in the first round. We had a little time to meet him in the lobby, to size him up. Seems like just a gentle giant when he does, but from what we've heard about him in the cage, unleashes a monster. Quite exciting to see this sort of heavyweight prospect having an opportunity like this.
No, it's a great opportunity for the division to get deeper. The fact they have such a young guy with such great potential, and really right now, this is the proper time for him to step up in competition. All 4 of his fights have been in a devastating fashion, first-round finishes. So now, his management is rightfully so stepping up the level of competition, coming here to the ACB and seeing what he's going to do against a much more, higher level of competition, and hopefully start running into those little, bumps and into those walls. And obviously, you always want him to come out with W's, but having more adversity will allow you to pick apart and break him down and able to create a much better fighter in the long run to have much more proficiency.
Good to talk to him as well. He's very aware of the opportunity ACB have given him. He said he's confident but nervous and excited to show people what he can do. And just 20 years old, that's a crazy thought to be on a show like this at such a young age.
Absolutely. And again, a lot of maturity it shows there, because being so young, stepping in there for the first time, you're dealing with so much going around. It means well for him to have a long career, because he's going to get past this, and a lot of heavyweights mature very late. You see most guys not really starting to hit their stride in the heavyweight division until their late 20s, early 30s.
Красный угол. Добро пожаловать! Хамид Мирзамагомедов!
And his opponent for his debut will be Hanif Mirzamagomedov, another giant of this division. Last fought ACB 32, a very tough 3-round battle against Sergey Bilosteny. Came out the loser on that. But with the heavyweight division, you never know, do you? It can change, and you will know this as well as any man who's stepped in there. It can change in a second.
One punch. Once you wrap up guys' hands that weigh over 200 pounds, they land a shot. Sometimes that's why I'm more excited to watch the guys that get dominated at the lower weight classes. It's so much harder to dominate at the heavyweight, because whereas a lighter guy can get clipped with a shot early in the fight, there's a chance to recover. I point that out all the time to people. Like, you go through the top 15 heavyweights in the world, all of them have suffered a first-round knockout at some point in their career. And that doesn't mean that, anything more than just it's very dangerous getting in there with heavyweights that wrap their hands. And, Manhoff making the mistake in one of his last fights where he really froze and really didn't fight a lot. Looking back at it, that could be a mistake tonight against a very young Artur, who's probably going to come out very heavy and very explosive. If I had to just, make my assumptions, young guy, 4-0, all first-round finishes, he's probably going to be very much out the gate, very strong. So if you sit there and you kind of wait and see, you might end up, staring at the ceiling. In fights like this, it's never a good idea to try to come out slow. Being a slow starter in the heavyweight division is a very hard feat to overcome.
Итак, представляю соперников и первым бойца в синем углу. Ему 20 лет, базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 188 сантиметров, официальный вес 119 килограммов 800 граммов. Рекорд в ММА. 1 бой, 1 победа. Из Москвы встречайте Артур Смирнов! Бойцу в красном углу 32 года. Базовый стиль боевое самбо. Рост 192 сантиметра. Официальный вес 113 килограммов ровно. Его рекорд в ММА 3 победы, 4 поражения. Представляющий Москву Хамид Мирзамагомедов! Рекорд боя Ашот Ашутян.
Внимательно слушаем, после команды «Стоп» не работает. Сетку, экипировку не хватает. Локтями бить разрешено, головой не бьем. Коленями в голову только в стойке. Все по правилам. Пожали руки. Удачи обоим по углам.
So the referee reads the final instructions to these fighters. Artur Smirnov in the blue corner. Hanif Mirzamagomedov in the red corner. They touch.
Первый раунд. Ростов ACB.
Artur Smirnov coming from a Greco-Roman wrestling background. Looks to have nice movement, looking for an opportunity to come in that entry and close that distance.
Well, he has the wider stance, which is going to give his punches more pop, more ability to explode, also to change levels. Whereas you see Hanif is a little bit taller of a stance, looking to try to land kicks and maybe affect the lead leg and the balance of Artur.
Nice inside leg kick there from Artur himself. Patient start. Hanif also keeps his head very high up, and that, if you fake for a takedown and come up with an overhand right, that's prime for that shot.
It is, and I mean, that's kind of a classic move really in MMA, is change levels, your opponent's eyes gaze down with you, and then you fire an overhand shot over the top. A lot of times they never see the punch land.
Here we are, 1 minute down in this heavyweight bout. Hanif, watching his eyes, you can see him look low. Maybe he'll be going for something high himself. Keeps chipping away at that outside calf.
I really see Artur throwing the right hand here. I just see that you know, Hanif, when he's throwing those kicks, if they don't move the leg, you're open still to be punched back. If you're going to throw kicks to the leg, you'll see guys, the best leg attack guys with the kicks, they have to move that leg out of the way so it disrupts the balance. So now it's not about pain, it's about just moving your opponent out of ability to counter you.
Hanif tried a few spinning attacks there. Artur managed to duck a spinning back fist.
That low jab means that a punch is coming up high. Let's see if he's doing. He's already thrown it down low twice.
Working that inside leg again. Artur is huge at this weight as well. Only 20 years old. He had to cut quite a chunk of weight to make this. I think he talked about over 10 kilograms as a heavyweight. Hanif pouring that sort of left jab, hook out, but no real power behind that.
No, the right hand had a little bit on it, though, just because he was coming forward. He was tall and didn't have a lot of, his legs were not very loaded. But the fact that, you know, you're 200 pounds and he was running, you know, over 200 pounds and running forward, there was a little bit of something behind it. Let's see if Artur goes back to the set up that overhand right. You know, throw the jab to the body, throw the jab to the body.
Loosening up in there, a little bit of mind game, some head movement, opening his arms up, inviting Hanif to do something. Nice jab to the body again, and again, there it is. You called it exactly. Now we'll see this Greco-Roman style up against the cage, burying that head deep into the chin of Hanif. One minute 40 left in this first round.
Hanif got the underhook there against the cage, able to turn his hips. Yep.
Nice knees to the body. Twice he's done that.
And, you know, honestly, for Hanif on his part, very smart to take the young guy out of the first round. Make him see the stool for the first time. We've seen that he's able to be very devastating, destructive early on. Let's see how he feels going there. And even if he's winning the round, the fact that he's still in there could also cause, you know, a little bit of a crumble in the psyche.
He's also been chipping away nicely at the body. Nothing huge, but putting it in the bank, as they say. Hanif's got to watch those low hands.
And also, Hanif, you know, Artur has to watch out. Throwing that punch to the body now. First couple of minutes in the round, he was doing it properly, dropping his head between the knees, keeping his on balance. As the round's gone on, he's kind of bending at the waist and throwing the jab to the body, and he's opened up for a roundhouse to that side of his face. If at the moment Hanif decides to pop one upstairs, it's going to be all shin to the side of the head.
Big breaths from Artur as well, maybe telling. Another knee to the body there.
Yeah, and very surprised there, but I think a lot to do with the knee. Took the knee and was very easy to concede just going up against the cage.
10 seconds left.
Nah, that's not good to go for guillotine attempt.
There we go, so Artur Shminov will taste the second round for the first time.
And we're going to see, and this is what honestly he needs in his career, is to get out of the first round, fight somebody who's a game opponent here in Hanif, who's throwing things at him and who's not just falling for the first trick he throws out there. And he's very close first round. I don't know, I could give it to either guy. I mean, Artur was moving forward very aggressively, but Hanif threw more strikes and landed more from what I think of right here. And that was one big tactical mistake I seen him make there. Going for the guillotine while your opponent still has your leg locked up usually just means you're going to go for one heck of a ride. Because now you're basically like a squat bar wrapped around the back of his neck, your bicep. So when he goes to pop his hips, not only is his grip locked onto your leg, but because you're locked onto his neck, it allows him really to elevate you up very highly.
And the bigger they are, the harder they do fall.
Yeah, getting slammed, I mean, nobody wants to get slammed on the canvas, but when you weigh 265 pounds, it's that much more unpleasant.
Well, we are in an ice rink here, so I could make a joke about Smirnov ice, but I will leave that well alone. We're all set here for the second round. Artur Smirnov versus Hanif Mirzamagomedov. Artur in the blue corner, Hanif in the red.
I don't like how Artur's doing that, or excuse me, Hanif, just throwing the roundhouse to the leg naked like that without throwing anything in front of it. Especially with a guy who's standing with a very much more of a boxing base. The easy counter for him, just even if he doesn't see the kick, if he decides to throw a punch while you're throwing that kick, and you have nothing in front of it to gauge distance and pop his head back.
More aggression from Hanif in this. He's been putting 1 and 2, 3 shots together rather than just the 1-2 in the previous round. Maybe his corner could see that with Artur, and he's certainly putting the pressure on now.
He's landing some great strikes. This is usually bad sign for a heavyweight. I mean, most heavyweights can't fight off their back. It's just plain and simple. Their physical prowess is not to be there. And so they're kind of like turtles. I mean, there's very few exceptions to that rule. And right now we're going to see if Artur can do anything. And very good job of using the half guard to try to get back up onto a single. Now he's stuck in a front leg position. Let's see if Hanif just grabs that leg. He can grind him forward, but nope, that was a mistake. Standing up right in front of him. But at least he's keeping his head down, keeping a little bit of pressure. He decided to let off. But a lot of times, again, heavyweights in a front headlock position like that, if I was Hanif's corner, I would tell him to stay there because all his weight is now bearing on the upper body of Artur, and that just sucks the life out of you.
You can certainly see Artur's shots.
And he's breathing heavy. Look at the mouth.
Arms down. Walking forward, but it's certainly telling this second round. Not used to that. Nice body shot there, but
pretty smart there. This little bit of showmanship on his part, maybe get the judges to think he's not quite as tired as he is. Maybe even convince Hanif that he's not as tired as he really is. But anybody who's in the know realizes that Artur is extremely tired.
Good to see the pressure that Hanif put on. You'd like to see more of those combinations because they certainly caught a few shots on Artur on the way in.
Well, I think right now you're seeing the more veteran fighter here, and Hanif, understanding that he's winning so far, doesn't need to go ahead and win every second of the round. He's already had a great combination and a takedown. I think right now he's pulling back, reserving some energy, and if Artur does anything stupid, he's going to catch him for it. But I think right now he's just going to just try to take off a minute or two and recover his gas tank. And then when there's about a minute left in the fight, you have to turn it back on and really end it on a good note to really convince the judges you've won the round.
2 minutes left in this fight, in this round. Artur still putting the pressure on, but Hanif looks fairly comfortable with what's coming in front of him. Almost got caught there, but winging shots rather than the accuracy we saw in that first fight.
And if I was Hanif right now, throwing knees and just breaking down my opponent more, go to the legs, go to the body, not necessarily look to win a wrestling match and get the takedown again, but just go ahead and keep making sure that he continuously struggles to breathe and never really able to take a break, which he's really doing right now.
And they're right in front of us here. Heavy shots coming in, and Hanif backs off. 1 minute 15 seconds left in this second round.
I'm very impressed with Artur's ability to grind back. He got taken down, was on his back there, had to fight back up to his feet. Oh, there's that high kick to the head. And he's relentlessly moved forward and just basically made it now a very questionable round. More time has been spent with Hanif moving backwards and retreating, and Artur looking like he's definitely taken over and been the aggressor.
It's one good thing to see from a young fighter, that heart, no quit. And he's displaying that now because he's quite obviously exhausted in this second round. The first time he's ever been this deep into a fight. First time he's been against an opponent with this experience, so impressive all round.
Yeah, he's doing a great job being aggressive and moving forward. Hanif, on his part, I understand picking him apart, but I think now you're really putting it to the judges to where it's a toss-up on who's going to win this round.
10 seconds left. And Artur looking to try and make that statement in that last 10 seconds. Some winging shots.
That's going to be an interesting round to judge, because first minute and a half was all Hanif in a very impressive way, but the last 3.5 minutes was all Artur, but just not as impressive. So it's kind of like more time and control winning the fight, but not as much of a a clean combination that he had caught Artur with, and not the takedown. So really time versus quality, I don't know.
Absolutely. And we will have a third round here. What was good about this as well,
there was the combination there. You seen that he threw the left hook and fell down on it, and basically took his eyes off of Hanif, and Hanif was able to catch him with 3 or 4 great combinations in there, though that stopped. And here was the rest of the round after that was all Artur moving forward and grinding and never landing anything really significant, but throwing and being aggressive and moving forward just counts a lot with the judges.
And that pressure as well. Being able to survive something like that first few minutes as well, when he was feeling the gas tank, when his lungs are burning, that must give him a bit of confidence. And this experience as well, win or lose, taking this forward as a young fighter, just 20 years old, it's going to pay huge dividends in the future of his career.
Yeah, he has more fight footage right now in this fight than he does in his 4 previous fights, as far as being able to watch and break himself down. And he answers some questions about himself that anybody might not have known, is what he would have done if he was put into a tough match. And this has been that kind of fight for him. He hasn't been able to dominate, and he can go back and break down some of his technique and has something to work with, something to build on.
So we're away with the third round here. The ACB 49, Artur Shminov versus Hanif Mirzamagomedov. Artur in that blue corner, pushing forward, applying the pressure to Hanif, and catches him with the right hand. I just feel like the momentum's kind of switched from that start of the second round where Hanif looked to put those combinations together. Now he's looking to negate this with some more cage pressure. Deep breaths from both fighters. Another nice knee again, working on that gas tank. Artur looking for that front choke.
Let's see now, he's using it the right way. See how it's a grinding? Now he's actually putting pressure on the head there, using that arm to choke. But that's fatiguing to fight out of that. So even if it didn't accomplish what he wanted, which is maybe the choke, but that definitely ragged on Hanif's head, and the fact that, late in the fight you have a guy, another heavyweight, pulling down on you and on top of the back of your neck, it's sapping.
And that is over 265 pounds, pulling on that neck. Still coming forward, still throwing shots. Both fighters showing good cardio for a grueling fight like this at this weight class.
Yeah, it might not be on the surface. People not think, well, they're not doing a lot, but what they are doing is basically just two polar bears pushing up against each other. And even though there's not a lot of the angles and movement that you see in the lighter weight classes, they're still exerting a lot of energy because instead of doing angles, they're both basically just driving into each other. And it's just, very much of an expenditure of energy.
The referee breaks them up, brings them back to the center. 2 minutes 35 left of this fight. It could really come down to who can make a statement in those 2 minutes 30 seconds. Those first 2 rounds are so close. Back and forth, each had opportunities. So now it's a case of who can really show the judges what they've got. And that nice uppercut might be one of the weapons that Artur can use to make that statement.
Yeah, Hanif is doing well when he throws a 3-piece combination. Because really a mistake that Artur can go back and look at the film that he's doing is that he evades the first punch by moving his head, but then he drops his hands and steps back. And in some heavyweights, most heavyweights, it probably works because a lot of guys only throw 1 or 2 punches. But in the case where Hanif is throwing 2 and 3, that's when he's got in trouble a couple times, been caught with the 3rd strike.
1 minute 35 seconds left. They come together again. Hanif's corner screaming at him to make something happen, just to unload that. We talked about his last fight, he got a bit hesitant. He feels like he's maybe gone a bit gun-shy in this 3rd round as well. Maybe just pure exhaustion, which is totally understandable. Looking for that takedown, takes the single leg and gets it. 1 minute left in this round.
Man, he's had both takedowns now, one in the 2nd, one in the 3rd. If he can finish this round on top and get that, he needs to unhook the leg right there, which is already Artur's gotten up, or stay on the headlock. And he can throw knees now if he'd like to. I don't think he realizes that.
Yeah, Artur isn't a grounded opponent, and he lets him up. Turning into phone booth fighting, I think, Frank, and I think you know a thing about that.
Oh, wow, that's a shame. An aggressive position for Artur, trying to go for like an Uchimata type takedown. He ends up giving a mount and back. He just needs to go ahead and grab wrist control and just, if I'm Hanif, just start throwing for broke, or well, I'd fall for the armbar, but he just needs to throw a bunch of strikes.
And there we have it.
Wow, that's going to be a really interesting round to judge.
Yeah. I'm glad we're commentating and not scoring this one. Both fighters showing a good bit of respect afterwards. Deep breath from Artur Smirnov. Again, win or lose, a great experience for a lad just 20 years old. Hanif being helped to his feet there, exhausted himself by his corner.
Both guys fought hard. I am interested to see how this judge is going to go. The first round I thought was a pretty easy round to kind of slide towards Artur, because Hanif really kind of didn't. He threw more strikes, but kind of backed up a lot. I don't know. Now that I'm talking myself through it, I kind of talked myself out of it again. I really don't know. And then it seemed like Hanif, what he accomplished was of better significance during the rounds 2 and 3 as far as with the takedowns and some of the combinations landed, but he backed up a lot and hesitated, and Artur basically worked the whole time, kept grinding forward, throwing strikes. So this is really
tough to call.
Anybody's guess.
В этом поединке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Hanif Mirzamagomedov!
And there we have it, Hanif Mirzamagomedov gets the nod. In a very tight, close fight.
Yeah, obviously that second round with the takedown and the combination obviously garnered him that one. And then in that 3rd round, I think he was losing the 3rd round, but was able to get the takedown, and then through a mistake that Artur made, was able to secure a second takedown, take the mount, and take the back. Here you see Artur was going for the body tie, locking up there in the midsection, and and really no clean punches there, but that's why I didn't know if the judges were really weighing more on Archer's side, the fact that he was moving forward and throwing more.
The pressure, absolutely, he applied that. Great for him to have this experience. Well done to Hanif as well to take that victory.
Ну а мы идем далее, и на очереди поединок в легчайшем весе. И в синий угол приглашается Сандо, Стечки, Нижегородская, Грузия!
So we move on to our next fight. And you can follow all the action here at ACB. We're on Twitter at ACB_league, Facebook at AC Berkut, and we've got acbmma.com/EN gives you the English version of that website, which is now up as well, so you can keep track of all the fighters, all the events, and exciting bouts like we're about to see here in the featherweight division. The Georgian fighter, Soso Nizharadze, makes his way to the cage, the ACB cage, for the third time. Very stocky fighter, reminds me of Sean Shirk, the muscle shark. Judo background, and has used that to great effect in the ACB cage in his 3 fights here. Been able to control, his 2 previous fights, this will be his 3rd fight, been able to control the 2 fights he's had using that judo, using that strength. And for somebody who's so heavily muscled, he's actually got surprising cardio, so as that as a combination, dealing with an elite grappler and somebody who can go 3 rounds, that's a nightmare for anyone to face.
It is, and I think right now the fact that he's able to turn his record around to a positive one since being with ACB, the organization, the fight team, is the fact that he already had a strong platform in one form of martial arts, being judo. You see guys that do that, whether they come from wrestling, the kickboxing, and then when they come to MMA, it doesn't immediately translate over. And judo might have a harder time out of some of the other combat arts translating over because the lack of a gi top that you and your opponent are not wearing anymore. But once you can make that conversion, and I think they hit their stride, then it's like there's a huge curve in their learning, their ability as a fighter, because it's like all that abilities that they already had, now they've learned how to translate that over to the MMA world, and where they were struggling before, all of a sudden it seems like they've made leaps and bounds, and it's like, well, no, they had all that ability to begin with, but they just had to figure out a way to channel it into what platform they're using now.
So this will be his opponent, Valery Hazhirakov. Had an impressive debut. Again, we talk about fighters from this region, from these countries, and they have an amazing amateur scene here, and they fight, some of them hundreds of times before they've turned pro. It sounds ridiculous, but some of the fighters we've talked about do combat sambo, do the Kempo competitions, do MMA as amateurs, and he came in with a 1-0 record, took on a very, very difficult opponent in Vyacheslav Gagayev, and defeated him in the 2nd round at ACB 41. Really put a mark on what his potential could be, and they've given him another tough fighter here in Soso Nizharadze. It'll be interesting to see if he can still progress at that level, dealing with somebody with such a specifically good skill set.
That is something that you have to watch now. It isn't like where a guy only has 1 or 2 fights, and like, oh, he had maybe 10 amateur fights. A lot in Europe, you see guys that have hundreds of matches. I mean, a great example that you can draw a correlation to in the boxing world is Lomachenko.
Yes.
Right? The guy was, what, 396-1 as an amateur, 2-time gold medalist.
Yeah.
I think right now he's like 7-1 in professional boxing with the WBO title. So if you were to match up with him, or you walk into an arena and you don't know, like, oh, this guy's had 8 professional fights, like, no, man. That guy has fought hundreds of times. He just fought under amateur, but there's still punches, there's still the nervousness of competition going out there. If anything, I think sometimes amateur can be even tougher because you don't really know who you're facing sometimes through a tournament. There's a lot of new faces changing out. You got to figure out styles immediately, quickly. For a professional fight, you always, unless it's short notice, have weeks to months to prepare for a certain guy. And so you get guys with that kind of experience in here. A 1-0 record doesn't really do him justice to, to signify his abilities.
Ему 28 лет, базовый стиль дзюдо, рост 162 сантиметра, официальный вес 61 килограмм 400 граммов. Рекорд ММА. 5 боев, 3 победы, 2 поражения. Из Валесии, Грузия. Сосо, Сечи, а вот его соперник в красном углу. Ему 26 лет. Базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 170 сантиметров. Официальный вес 61 килограмм 500 граммов. Его рекорд 1 бой, 1 победа. Представляющий Краснодар Валерий Хажиротов! Рефери боя Ашот Ашурьян.
Внимательно слушаем. После команды «Стоп» не работает. Все действия по правилам все знаете. Пожалуйста. Удачи обоим командам.
Final instructions for the two fighters, both in ACB shorts. Soso Nidzaradze, the shorter fighter in the blue corner. Valery Hazirokov in the red corner. Very good striker. Flamboyant, got some good kicks, but we'll be looking not to allow Soso to get hold of one of those limbs and put it in his world. Outside leg kick there from Soso.
I really have a situation here where Soso, being the shorter guy, is having a hard time getting in. But at the same time, Valery is not looking to just leap in either and take advantage of his height and reach, because of the fact that Soso is going to, looking to change levels and put them on his back.
Soso has had a lot of fights go the distance as well, so Valery may be aware that this isn't going to be a quick night. This is not a case of he'll be able to put this guy away quickly. Oh, met Soso with a nice jab as he came in there looking to clinch.
Well, Soso's doing a good job of feinting and pulling back, and really on that last combination, had he not had the intentions of pulling back, I think he would have ran into about 3 or 4 of the punches from Valery.
Valery's a good striker in terms of he sets his kicks up well as well. He loves using the overhand right to open up that liver kick. He'll do some straight punches to open up low leg kicks, body kicks. But a very patient start from both fighters. And there's Soso, as we say that, Soso makes the charge. And Valery looking to punish him for it. Good balance shown there from Valery.
But he made a mistake of separating the hands. He has them connected again, but a lot of times when you have your hands on that single, it's not a good idea to break them, because now it's your one arm versus his arm.
He's pummeling that right hand in wherever he can get it. The referee's watching for the back of the head, but he must have unleashed at least 20 punches while Soso is working on
he stepped over the leg. It's not going to allow Soso to turn the corner. In fact, if anything, he has the takedown now. All he has to do is get a crossface in with that left hand and stop punching. And if he kicks his leg back like he is right now, he's just going to turn the corner. And actually, Soso would probably get his arm out of there, because right now, having the arm between the legs like that actually gets you in more trouble.
Still punishing Soso for this, and he's not letting go of that leg.
He's pulling on the ankle. Now he's going to reach to the crotch and go ahead and connect the hands. But he keeps being in dominant grappling positions, opportunities, but he seems to really like to go for the brawling. He's beating him up, which, could be bad, could be good. One of those things is to be 20/20 hindsight. At the end, it's like, well, should you have thrown less strikes and secured the position, or did those strikes wear out and fluster Soso to a great ability?
Looking to take the back rolls now. Now this isn't a position we haven't seen Soso in the ACB cage, with someone on his back. Sticking to him like glue.
Doing a great job holding a tight waist, staying there behind the hips. keeping forward pressure now. See, by driving down on the knees, he wants to force Soso to put his hands on the mat to keep his balance.
And he does it as you call it. Big punches coming in again. Big, that one connected well. These are opening up. He's finding a home for those uppercuts. Not the biggest amount of power you can generate from there, from the back through those gaps, but certainly look like they're causing Soso some issues.
They are. Causing a lot of problems. And Soso seems to be kind of eager to grab that Kimura, but which is a shoulder lock, right? But every time he locks it up, Valerie is putting his knees behind the elbow, which is able to break open the grip. See, he's going for it again.
Valerie looks very composed.
It's locking it up like that. Just once your opponent's able to pull his knee up, see how the right knee of Valerie is right there on the elbow. It's peeling down the Kimura every time. I love that move, but if my opponent understands how to do that, I immediately kind of abandon it from that position, because realizing that I'll never be able to lock onto it tight enough to do any damage.
Nearly at the end of this first round, and there we go. Very impressive round from Valerie. If we were to talk about this at the start of the fight, I wouldn't have predicted such a dominant control in the grappling area there from Valerie.
Absolutely, I agree with you. In fact, actually, that was some very devastating ground and pound from the back. Yeah. I was very impressed with that. The fact that he was able to hold the waist and keep Soso held down and still land those punches, that's a hard combination. In fact, in the gym, when I'm training or I train other guys, we talk about that. It's like, well, your opponent can either hold you down or he can hit you. He can't do both. And, you know, Valerie's kind of making me rethink that assessment of, here you far off, you kind of dove in for the head inside single.
This is it, just punishing, just throwing shots.
Yeah, the whole time.
Not giving in.
Almost no respect for the takedown ability of Soso to have a leg and not to address it first. And here he's on the back and just grinding. And the fact that Soso can take his hands off the mat, I don't know why he's not just standing up, because that means that his weight is on his hips. Usually it's hard to stand up when your palms are on the mat, because that means all your weight's on your upper body. But probably, that being said, might have something to do with the fact that Valerie was hit him about 400 times.
So we are ready for round two here. Soso Nidzeradze in the blue. Valerie has Hirokov in the red there. Soso took some very deep breaths. That certainly wore on him. Like I said, we've never seen him in that position in the ACB cage, when he's been grappling exchanges, and he's fought really hard opponents like Mike Wilkinson, UFC vet, and he was able to use his judo and put himself in very good positions to dominate that fight.
Now, right now, he's just questioning himself. I think he's trying to realize what to do right now. He probably, going into this fight, had to feel that he had a grappling advantage. And right now, that game plan probably thrown out the window of what he experienced in that last round. And right now, he's probably trying to switch gears and go to a striking game, which is probably not his first option, obviously. You know, we saw how fast he shot him for the head inside single. So now he's stuck going ahead and sitting on what probably he feels is his second best skill set, which is to throw punches. And it's still, you know, it's to be seen if that's really going to be any more of an advantage than what happened on the ground.
Very impressed with Valerie's composure as well. If you look at him now, so huge head kick there, left head kick from Valerie. Unbelievable finish. Dominated that first round with the grappling and then went into his world, and we'll see it here now.
It goes a straight right hand. Set it up with the left kick. By throwing the punch, he put his weight forward, loaded the leg and the hip, and threw the left kick right immediately afterwards, and hit home run shot.
Boom. That is 2-0 for Valerie Hirokov. Any featherweights out there will be certainly be watching this young man and his progression through this division, because with just 2 fights, he's made 2 big statements, taking out Vyacheslav Gagayev in ACB 41 in 2 rounds, and doing the same to Soso Nidzeradze.
Very impressive. We got to see him defend the takedown very aggressively, and then we had to see what he can grapple like, at least from the top position. Menacing combinations, just great ability to control and relinquish punishment at the same time. And here in the second round, we got to see a glimpse of his stand-up and quick, explosive, pinpoint accuracy.
Дамы и господа, в этом поединке на отметке 1 минута 14 секунд второго раунда победу нокаутом одержал и остается непобежденным Валерий
A huge pop there from the crowd here at Rostov on Don. In this arena, the Sports Palace, that's filling out nicely for our card here. ACB 49. And we look back at that finish there. Valery finishing in such a decisive fashion. Picked his punches, sets up that kick nicely, a straight right and a huge shin across the face of Soso Nisaradze.
Got him right at the end of it and immediately was going in for the finish, but the referee seen all he needed to see and was able to stop and make a correct call. I don't think anybody would have felt that Soso was going to get up and be able to turn that fight around at that moment.
So we hand it back to Alexander Sadohov, our ring announcer for this event, ACB 49.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. Я представляю вашему вниманию трехраундовый бой в полулегком весе. И в синем углу встречайте Давид Мистерик Куба Перу.
And we keep the fights rolling here. And we keep the events rolling at ACB as well. A huge event in Manchester announced March the 11th. ACB Supersonic is coming. Luke Barnett, somebody who's usually cage side with me, calling the fight, will be stepping in there against Mamed Khalidov, champion versus champion. Luke Barnett, the Venator champion. Khalidov, the KSW champ. Putting it all on the line in what looks to be a fantastic card, March 11th in Manchester. But we move on to this lightweight bout. Here we have David Cubas from Peru. Lots of experience, but a very strange record coming into this. He is 3 draws and 2 losses in his last 5. But an awkward fighter, and that experience is what he brings into this cage, and he's proved it with some of his other fights. He took Adlan Batayev at ACB 40 to an impressive decision, lost the fight, but to last that long with somebody that good, he needed all the tricks of the trade, and he's going to probably bring them here for this fight tonight.
Before that, his last 5 fights, the guy was 17-3.
Yeah,
that is a very respectable record going into it, and shows that now his last 5 fights, 2 losses, 3 draws. If I was getting ready to face him, I'd expect to face an extremely dangerous opponent. There's only so many times you can get denied that you're going to make a decision one way or the other. You're either going to come out, guns a-blazing, or you're going to go ahead and walk silently into the night and just call it a career. And so right now, this is really going to be it's kind of becoming a pivotal moment for him. That's 5 camps, that's 5 training experiences with no victory. He should be hungry.
And making his way now to take on David Cubas is Alexander Pedersen. Just 23 years old, a huge prospect. Exciting fight, a record of 9-1. Switches stances, like spinning attacks, and already making his way at speed to the cage. Just wants to get down to business and get this fight started.
Well, on the flip side of Alexander, here he was 9-0 as a fighter, having a great, start of his career, going through steamrolling guys, and now he's coming off of his first loss as a professional. So in turn, we're going to see how he bounces back from it. And 2 guys both coming off of losses, I feel always makes sometimes the most exciting fights. You get a guy who's won too many in a row, and complacency sometimes can occur. And right now, no one wants to go ahead and have another loss here, and so it inspires the guys' training camps to be reinvigorized, to go ahead and put everything on the line and push as hard as they can.
Very durable fighter as well. Got out some very tough positions in his last fight with Rustam Kerimov. Avoided the mounted crucifix twice, which is no mean feat.
Представляем вам соперника первого бойца в синем углу. Ему 38 лет. Базовый стиль, вольная борьба. Рост бойца веса 167 сантиметров, официальный вес 66 килограммов 300 граммов. Рекорд в ММА 22 боя, 17 побед, 5 поражений. Представляющий канал Перу, Давид Мистер Икс Кубас! Его сопернику в красном углу 23 года. Базовый стиль панкратион. Рост пальца 170 сантиметров. Официальный вес также 66 килограммов 300 граммов. Профессиональный рекорд 10 боев. 9 побед и только одно поражение. Из Новосибирска, Россия! Александр Петухов! Реферировал Петр Михайлов, Польша.
Hey guys, you know the rules. Follow to my instructions. I won't say clean fight. When I say stop, we stop. All the time protect yourself. Touch your gloves.
Alexander Pedersen giving us a look down the camera there before the start of this fight. I should correct the weights there. I called it lightweights, featherweight bout here. 145 pounds, 66 kilograms. Both fighters made the weight.
Первый раунд.
David Kubas in the blue corner with the red and white Venom shorts, and Pedersen in the red corner with the white and black ACB shorts. Kubas taking the center of the cage straight away. Kubas fighting with almost a smile on his face here. He's had so many fights, he feels very comfortable. He's a very, very active fighter. This is his second fight. Oh, he gets
that
caught.
hook caught him.
Gets caught. Maybe not smiling now.
Straight right was set it up as far as getting, Alexander in close, and then he followed up with the left hook that caught right on the chin of Kubas. David is still, you can see there in his footwork, I think he's still stunned from that shot.
Oh, another hook as well.
That one, the fist at least missed its mark, but he still caught him with the forearm on the inside of the, outside of the ear.
Kubas, a freestyle wrestler, but with excellent jiu-jitsu as well.
Bad position, hold on to the leg again there. You can't have a head outside single like such as there and have it to where your hips are close to his hips. If you turn the corner the other way, it'd be okay, but right now, kind of in a crackdown position, but if you could put your opponent on his hips, it's okay, but really this is just a bad spot to be in. David would be much better off just letting go of the leg.
Not letting go, steps over the leg of Pedersen there.
Yep, ends up in a crucifix almost for his luck. There he was a little bit better off. He needs to turn to his left though. Coming back to the right like that, unless Alexander makes a tactical mistake and lets him suck his legs up. I stand corrected. That shouldn't have worked as well as it just did. That isn't so much that, honestly, David, not to take credit for what he was doing, but that was more or less him driving hard for that side. Alexander allowing him to suck his legs out.
Alexander looks to lock up his opponent to control the posture, hoping that the referee will stand them back up. He's done that in a few of his fights, get those double underhooks. Looking at the referee straight away there.
That's one rule I really don't like. I feel that if you're the bottom guy...
He's giving us a little tongue out there, smiling, and gets exactly what he wants.
Yeah, see, now, there's a situation, a hole in our system, where the guy stalling is actually rewarded by his stalling.
Almost a Michael Venom Page sort of move there as he goes side on, looking at points karate style. Looking to get the crowd going as well, and they appreciate that. Oh.
That was a guillotine locked up though. Let's see if David's able to tripod up or he's just going to force his head out.
He's managed to pop his head out there the side. Look for Pedersen again to get those double underhooks.
Yeah, David just needs to try to do the best he possibly can not to put his hands on the mat. in this situation. Not because so much that Alexander is going to go for any kind of submissions or shoulder lock or Kimura or whatnot, but because he's going to tie the hands up. If he can keep his hands on the midsection and forearms there, it's a little bit easier to have that battle to pull back. But see how there he threw the punch, and then immediately to catch his balance, he put his hand on the mat. And just allowing Alexander to tie him up.
Alexander's ability to switch stances as well opens up kicks like that across the body, across the leg, and he's throwing with power now, closing down. He's caught him with a huge uppercut as well. But Cubas does not go to sleep easy.
No, he's a tough guy. Came forward, that was all grit, and then landed a few uppercuts of his own at the end for good measure.
Certainly wearing some of the damage that Pedersen put upon him there, but by no means looks out of the fight dazed or hurt.
No, went for that knee, and Alexander was able to tie it up, take him down. But he's getting the takedowns, but he's not really able to lock up and do much from there. I think if he tries to stand up in the guard and use the advantage of the cage there, he might have a little bit more success if he can stay away from the stalling tactics that Alexander is really bringing to the game from the bottom.
10 seconds left in this first round. Certainly a game of who could do what they want to do most effectively in that round. Alexander able to connect with some big punches, some big strikes, but when Cubas got it into his world, just not able to progress the position or the opportunity, the advantage in the way Pedersen did.
No, that was that was after the left hook occurred. You see that overhand right that kind of he just basically drove his hips forward and flattened him out. And he had a guillotine Tim Tieran locked it up, but David was able to fight out of it by just kind of drawing his head up. And there you see some of just the swift kicks and combinations there of Alexander. Great combination that was, and very impressive that David was actually able to recover from those shots he took and able to throw back at the end. But what a great elevation change. He threw the high kick, came back. Alexander then threw the low kick to the inside of the leg and really just knocked off the balance of David, and it allowed Alexander to be in position to throw a great hand combination that really did a number on him.
So we're set for round two in this contest between David Cubas in the blue corner, Alexander Pedersen in the red. Here at ACB 49, Rostov onslaught. Starts with a heavy inside leg kick there from Alexander. Feinting with some angles. Cubas coming forward, putting the pressure back on, but...
And he's also coming forward and then switching stance mid-stride, and that could be very dangerous. At first, I think right now it's throwing Alexander off because that's not very standard. It's not a classical way to move forward. A lot of striking coaches would flip out on you if you were walking your feet like that. But in turn, I think it can throw off an experienced and well, accomplished striker as Alexander, because a lot of his reactions are set off of what is commonly, what the guys more or less go to. So the only bad part is that once he figures out and makes that adjustment, David could be in a lot of trouble moving forward that way.
In the corner of Alexander, Mikhail Sarev, the lone wolf. Great striker, great submission artist himself. Coming off the back of a very impressive win in
He's got his
Moscow.
hands connected. He's going to take him down again.
There we go into side control this time. See what he can do from this position.
He has his arm underneath the head, and it doesn't seem like Alexander is identifying that arm of his, the right arm specifically, was in a bad spot, but neither did David.
I think we can throw the rule book out for David. I think he's living by his own rules here.
And right now the elbows are up high, allowing him to get the mount. And no amount of stalling is probably going to get the referee to start this position over. And it's going to be very hard to hold on. He's bringing his heels, Alexander's bringing his heels up to his butt there, probably getting ready to explode up. as he did. And now if he wants the arms actually
Armbars
right there.
right open. Alexander uses punches to loosen that grip. And now ends up in a... Alexander's holding his thumb there. I'm not sure if something happened.
I think I saw the same thing. I think his glove, his thumb came out of the glove basically. So he made that adjustment really quick.
Cuba's throwing his own inside leg kick. Talking to each other a little bit now. Again, that overhand left from Alexander connects.
Oh, overhand left of his own.
There we go. Alexander getting told off by Mikhail Sarev in his corner there. Not happy with that entry. Not happy with the output of his fighter. That's a nice straight. Good combination finish with a nice body kick.
Well, it's kind of hard to have both. A guy who throws a lot and a guy that throws hard and fast. Alexander throws hard and fast and great accuracy in his footwork, but it's hard to keep that kind of volume up. I mean, it's asking a lot of guy to, you know, we're going to have you sprint full speed, but now I need you to do it as much as the other guy who, you know, a lot of times when you see guys that have that continuous motion, throw a high output of strikes, tend not to have the same pop on it, and which allows them to be able to throw so many strikes. If they were to throw everything, you know, behind every blow, they couldn't keep that pace up either. So you kind of had to make a decision. Or if you don't have natural power, then it might, you know, bode well for you to go ahead and just keep your output extremely high. But if you're an explosive guy like Alexander, then, you know, pick your shots, throw combinations, but you're not going to be able to throw from the opening bell to the closing bell nonstop. It's just physically impossible.
And also you've got to take your opponent into account from that. And looking back at the way David Cubas has survived and gone to so many decisions, you've got to know, just looking at that record, this is not a guy, because he does eat shots, who is going to be put away easily.
No, Alexander's landed some phenomenal shots. Very much pinpoint, and he's rocked David, and David has just came back, thrown shots, and here you can see he's on top. He already had the mount once in this round, and this is going to make it, again, a very hard round to, this one's going to be hard to judge. The first round is all Alexander, but this one being Alexander.
The crowd reacting to that 10-second, as well as Alexander Pedersen making it to the feet and charging forward, trying to make a statement at the end of that round.
Yeah, it looked like he might have stunned David on that flying knee, but David very intelligently held on to the single and didn't look like he wanted to fight for the takedown until he got the cobwebs cleared. And then, you know, that's the last thing the judges saw. They saw the flying knee, but then you see the takedown by David.
Difficult to judge.
Yeah, do you give more weight to the takedowns and the mount and control that David have, or do you give him more weight into the combinations of Alexander? Here, you see this is where David's coming forward. He's able to connect his hands, walked him out, and this was a very dramatic takedown. That wasn't just like he pulled his legs out from under him. Ended up in side control and was able to end up getting the mount, but then when Alexander was able to recover, he came back up trying to throw punches, and again, that round is going to be very difficult to judge. I'm thinking right now we might be facing really a 1-to-1 fight. What do you think?
Sudden, absolutely. Both corners very animated as well. They can obviously sense that themselves. An important fight, like we said, both fighters coming off a loss, wanting to make a home at ACB, wanting to work their way through this featherweight division. And it could all come down to this round, this 5 minutes we have in front of us here.
Yeah, I really do feel it's going to be this round is going to be the deciding factor.
Alexander already a bit closer with the distance. But Cubas has thrown that big looping left wildly a few times, so that may open this up. Oh, a big knee! And we talk about making a statement, and Alexander Pedersen has done that right here, right now. With a
shot.
With a back flip to match. What a celebration. A cartwheel kick. A flying knee finished with a hammer fist.
Yeah, you've seen David faded down one too many times. That time he bent down, was probably just going to block what he thought was going to be the lead leg attack, and then probably go for a clinch of his own. And all it did was allow Alexander to load the leg and come with an extremely powerful flying knee, which we could see the effects of. There was, Alexander came in and finished off with that hammer fist, but at this point, I don't think it was necessary. David was definitely, the fight was out, but I mean, nothing to Alexander. He has to fight till the referee tells him to stop.
A really fantastic finish there from Alexander Pedersen. All praise to picking out that shot. Came out and right away was closing that distance, looked more urgent. And to put a guy away like David Kubas, that's a huge statement. He's back.
Yeah.
Драматичном поединке. На 15-й секунде третьего раунда. Победу нокаутом одержал Александр Петушков!
Another thing I'd like to point out that to really show you what Alexander, there he was in the first round, very successful. But in the second round, gets mounted, taken down twice. His cornerman's yelling at him. They're not happy with his performance.
Слушаю этого человека, он меня заменяет как отца. Спасибо тебе, Миша, за весь этот долгий путь. Кстати, привет, Ростов! Спасибо, Александр, потому что я первый раз показал плохо профессиональный бой, а здесь дали мне шанс выйти. Да, я работаю по отношениям, постоянно помогаем людям. Тяжело, конечно, совмещать работу и зал, но вот так вот. Не добавляли сил. Попытался сделать. Вот он нокаут. Спасибо, Михаилу Цареву. Моей семье, спасибо просто. Всех, кто меня знает. Всего доброго.
В начале боя вы показали, что вы награжденный человек, как отличный боец, пожарный. Еще у вас неплохая мимика, может быть, что-то еще покажется напоследок.
Ребята, не надо дальше про людей говорить. Они все всегда свое время стараются, а вы их гадите, это некрасиво с вашей стороны. Следите за собой, в первую очередь, а потом уже за другими. Спасибо всем.
Александр Петушков!
Sort of finish what I was saying. Here he's coming off of his loss. He goes in there, has a round where, very strong first round, but in that second round, he faced a guy that didn't want to go away in David Kubas. And mentally had to switch gears and really dug down deep inside and came out in that third round taking no prisoners, very explosive. That shows a lot of mental maturity on his part that, that's very impressive.
And a character in the sport as well. Animated throughout, some wonderful celebrations. Got a style that could make him a big fan favorite here, and maybe this is the first step towards that.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее, и на очереди поединок в полулегком весе. И в синий угол приглашается Ярослав Покорный, Чехия!
So we move on to another bout. Another featherweight bout here at ACB 49. Yaroslav Pokorny wasting no time making their way to the cage. Has fought for titles in a number of promotions and won. So he's got good experience, he's fought at a decent level. He's certainly stepping up here in this ACB cage, taking on a tough fighter like Razul Ideev. Good entries on the takedown, and a southpaw fighter as well, so another puzzle for Razul Ideev to try and solve. But again, we are looking at these lighter weight fighters. We're looking at the skill set they've got, and they're so well-rounded nowadays. They come complete, don't they?
It's not like when I first started, when you really could just call a guy a jiu-jitsu guy, or this guy was a striker, and yes, guys now have their preferences. Just like, in boxing, you have some guys that like to, counter fight. You have some guys that are more boxers, a boxer puncher type, sluggers, and you have different, defensive guys. but they're all boxers, and really that's what you're having right now in the world of MMA. Is everybody knows how to fight MMA. They have the strong suits, but
And here we have Rasul Adiev from Fight Team Bakut. Very popular fighter out of that team. Dedicated fighter as well. He's been in some wars with some high-level opponents. Fought Abdulaziz, the champion at lightweight, early in his career, maybe too early, but since then has shown that he's a very difficult fighter. Coming off a loss though. 6 wins, 3 by submission, and in his last fight, the decision loss to Adrian Zelensky was a tough one for him to take, so he'll be looking to bounce back now, and this is where not just your training comes into account, this is where mentally, how are you feeling to try and turn that negative loss into a positive and direct that energy into performance tonight?
well, I think at this point in his career, he's had enough fights that he can see what his strengths are and where his weaknesses are, and we're going to see if he's able to make that adjustment, if he can stay patient when the fight maybe not going in his direction. He has a lot of power, he hits hard, so in the past he has been shown to get desperate, to go out and create things when really it's not the time and not the proper setup, and inevitably that gets him in trouble with fighters at this caliber, at this level.
That's exactly what happened with the Abdulaziz fight. Got very frustrated that he couldn't engage his game plan. Loves to grapple, loves to clinch, he'll use those strikes to make these entries. But then when he couldn't get that, he started winning more punches, which opened up opportunities for Abdulaziz. Since then, he's had more fights. He's growing as a fighter. He's got a fantastic team around him as well. Great coaches, great sparring partners. And each fighter, he's been off for a few months now. They evolve so much in that time. It's crazy to think how much you can learn and develop in short space of time with MMA nowadays.
You have the right training partners and the right coaches. Really, the time frames that we used to think in the past and how long it took, they don't really exist anymore.
Ему 31 год, базовый стиль дзюдо. Рост бойца 172 сантиметра, официальный вес 66 килограммов 300 граммов. Рекорд в ММА 14 боев, 9 побед, 5 поражений. Представляющий Градец Кравец Чехия, Ярослав Покорный! Его сопернику в красном углу 27 лет. Базовый стиль, вольная борьба. Его рост 176 сантиметров, официальный вес 66 килограммов и 100 граммов. Рекорд ММА 9 боев, 6 побед и 3 поражения. Представляющий Грозный Расул! Рефери боя Петр Михалев, Польша.
So there we go. We are almost set for this fight here. 5th fight on this card. Yaroslav Pokorny, very animated, very intense in the blue corner. And Rasul Adiev in the red corner with a white and black Bakut.
I gotta be honest, I didn't expect that. He was so animated and so flying around, and then the bell rings and he walks out and and strafed right and strafed left. He kind of threw me off there. I was expecting him almost to sprint across the cage and start throwing.
Yaroslav the southpaw against Rasul. Will certainly be looking to clinch, but if it gets to the floor, Pokorny's got some very dangerous ground games, top and bottom. Look for him to throw up those arm bars, the triangles. Nice straight right there from Rasul. Not quite connecting fully, but just getting his distance as they feel each other out.
Got hurt with that hook punch coming off of Rasul. Yaroslav tried to throw a combination and kept his head a little high, didn't exit out properly or behind anything, and Rasul was able to throw a rear side hook off the backside there and was able to clean him up.
High kick from Rasul.
Already, I like the fact that Rasul's not just shooting to try to get this fight immediately to the ground. He's being patient, not falling in love with the striking. Whereas sometimes you're like, hey guys, stick to your strengths. Also, we're gonna do everything, but let's get this fight to where you have the best chance of winning it. But he realizes he has to keep the fight here without being too desperate on his takedowns.
And already crisper striking from what then we saw in his last fight.
Yeah, right there, he actually did a pull. He pulled his right leg back, pulled his head about 3 inches out, loaded the right leg, and was able to throw a right hand. That's actually very impressive from Rasul.
Certainly something that his training and his coaches would have been working on. And it's actually Pokorny who looks to clinch first.
Yep. Great 50-50 body lock, and was able to trip with the outside leg there.
Rasul's got very good control from the top. Very patient top game. Whether the referee will allow them to do this and he's already called for more activity.
Safi does a better job of keeping his hands off the mat. Again, when you put your hands on the mat, it's kind of death for the guy on top, because the guy on bottom, if that's his intentions, is just to lock up the guard and hold you and tie you up until the referee starts the fight over. It's not hard to tie someone up for 30 seconds. You can be the best grappler in the world, and if you tell me that I only have to get my guy to tie you up for 30 seconds to get the fight restarted, that's not a hard idea. That's pretty easy to accomplish. That's why, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but I hate the fact that we reward bottom guys for stalling, because that's what you're doing. You're just tying the arms up. That's what right now Yaroslav did, was he stalled. He's not trying to win the fight. There's no winning technique. He's not sweeping, not submitting, not going for a knockout. He stalled so that the referee could stand him up instead of using his own martial arts abilities to get the fight back up to his feet. Great jab hook combination to try to set up the straight right hand, but he threw it a little looping for Rasul.
Oh, another nice combination there, punishing Yaroslav for coming in like that.
Yaroslav just comes in way too wild and is not in control, and if Rasul just keeps that same pattern up of one step back to create room and then load his own legs so he can throw back strikes, I see him having a lot of success with that. There he tried to attempt a spinning back. Did you see that?
Yeah. It's almost indicative of the demeanor as they came into the cage as well. Yaroslav very hyped up, very just anxious to get this fight started, whereas Rasul,
wild and all over the place.
Yeah, patient and just picking his shots like that inside leg kick there.
And that was nice too. See, he threw the jab after it became the lead side. It's because he threw the kick, and when he couldn't get it back quick enough, he threw a punch out in front. Nice little guillotine and arm in, sideways. Yep, that's strong. That's in.
There we go.
Oh, he might already. Is he unconscious already?
No, he's up. He managed to get up, but he's not letting go of that.
Wow. But if right now he's in a lot of fatigue with that choke. What Rasul was able to do there was he cranked up the choke, but because he had the arm in, he wasn't able to really cinch with his arms around the neck. So instead he put Yaroslav's head against his chest and basically used that to drive down and be essentially the arm on the other side.
Wow.
And pull up with the blade of his arm inside the throat there on the side of the neck and the carotid arteries. And then, if he hadn't have exploded and gotten out of there, you pass out.
Sounds delightful.
It's a very menacing way to do a choke also, because you have the guy's neck stretched completely to one side. So I've always thought it was a very traumatic looking choke. You're like, wow, that looks vicious, because you're essentially using your body to drive in on one side of the choke there, whereas a lot of the other chokes you're squeezing and using your body to pull the choke to create much more of a tautness and tight.
Yeah.
There, and that's just the story of the fight. You see the wild combination by Yaroslav, but then stepping back and much more pinpoint accuracy from Rasul.
And even this takedown attempt, Rasul was able to control that and just get the trip to end up in a more dominant position.
Yeah, here again the combination. I mean, Rasul very much more very composed. Where Yaroslav is just all over the place, which still can be dangerous. If I'm in Rasul's corner, those strikes being unorthodox and running all over the place could get you in trouble. And here, you see how he's using his chest on the side of the head?
Yep.
And that's what's getting him stuck there. And then he's able to pick up and really drive the blade of the forearm, your radius bone, right into the side of your opponent's neck. And it's a very vicious choke if you have a wall to push off of.
The more detail you give, the more painful it sounds, Frank.
Oh, we're going to do this tonight when we get back to the room. You said sushi, beer, and chokes.
Jokes, I think you misheard, my friend. There we go.
We could do those too.
Yeah. So we kick off round 3 here. Round 2, sorry, my apologies. That's us joking and choking. And my pure fear that might happen to my head. You think the advice that would have gone to Yaroslav would be calm down, settle down, get into this fight, pick your shots?
Well, and another good point of advice would be, I would tell him to throw one punch, pull back out, or hesitate. Don't just come in behind 2 or 3. So throw one to set off the defense of Rasul, and then after Rasul throws to counter, because that's what he's expecting, because it's the pattern you've set up so far in this first round is that you just run in. So throw one hard jab, pause, or even pull back 3 or 4 inches, and then throw your 2 or 3 punch combination after Rasul's thrown his counter, and see if he can re-counter again. But right now, we have 5 minutes into the round already, already a minute into the second round. Fighters start learning each other and picking up patterns. So this is where you have to start making adjustments on top of your opponent making adjustments, going, okay, like right there, that jab, if he had thrown the jab and then pulled back a little bit, most likely Rasul would have thrown his counter, because that's what he's been doing.
Yep.
He's been very successful off of stepping back, giving him room to avoid the first strike, but knowing that Yaroslav is going to be off balance for strikes 2, 3, and 4, and he's on much better balance because he steps back and loads that rear leg, and now he has power in the right hand or left hook right there.
And there we go, a nice exchange there. When you talk about getting used to a fighter's tricks and traits within a fight, Yaroslav will not have been expecting Rasul to have been as happy to keep this on his feet. In previous fights, he strikes to clinch, and he's not been doing that in this one. He's been allowing Yaroslav to come forward and picking him apart.
I think this is just a showcasing a guy going to the gym, working on his weaknesses. Good little double to switch off a head inside single, and stepped right behind. Now he's going to lift that left leg up in the air to make sure that it keeps Yaroslav on the ground. See how basically Yaroslav tried to pull his left leg back, and Rasul, great ground control on top, stopped that by elevating the near side leg so that way his hips couldn't rotate the face down, essentially get into like a push-up position so you can get to your hands and knees. A referee's position in wrestling is much easier to stand up on than to be flat on your back, which now that's what Rasul has forced Yaroslav to be in.
And again, switching it up there, took the strikes, and it was the level change from Rasul that's put him in this position. And this is what he's known for. He's a very good wrestler. That top game he's got, grinding style.
Well, if he wants to keep the fight here, he's going to have to go ahead and improve his position, because it's too easy for Yaroslav to just tie him up. Like right now, the guard's open. He should be stepping over that, a sumo step. Right now he can bring his right leg up and over the top and try to start improving position, because basically, like even right now, you see Yaroslav reaching up for that foot. He's attempting to put Rasul into a rubber guard. Not to be offensive. From what I've seen so far, he wants to just stall it out on the bottom and try to hold on, which, I don't blame him for. There, nice step over.
Nice step over, nice transition, but nice reaction from Yaroslav as well.
Excellent. Grabbed that guillotine, and immediately Rasul was able to nullify it. Here he has an opportunity. The guard's open. If he wants to go and step over into half guard, he's there.
Big elbows coming down there from Yaroslav, and elbows now part of the ACB game. No 12-6 strikes, as with the unified rules, but they can use it in their ground and pound, and standing and off the back now. And he uses a beautiful one across the nose of Rasul there.
Yeah, I think right now Yaroslav is realizing that just tying him up is not working to get the referee to come in here, because Rasul's doing a great job of unwrapping his arms and being able to beat him up in position and throw down strikes. So he's doing enough to make sure the fight stays there. So now Yaroslav is trying to cause some confusion.
More elbows coming there, but Rasul content to keep driving his head towards the chest of Yaroslav.
I'm interested to understand why he feels not to pass to at least half guard. I think he's making his life much more difficult, and it's giving an opportunity for Yaroslav to have both legs on the hips to be able to push back, create enough room and space so that he can get those elbows in there.
And there we go, end of round 2. A grueling round, that one, much more on the ground. Opened up by strikes by Rasul. We have a little look at the fighters now as they're talked to by their corners. Rasul actually breathing very heavy.
Yeah, Rasul actually looks worse for the wear out of the two right now. If I looked up, Yaroslav looks very fresh for going into a third round of a very tough, hard fight.
We have a little look at the action here. This was the strikes. I think this set up.
Yeah, there you've seen the combination from Rasul. He's done better countering Yaroslav at this point, and there he was able to come over through the right hand. It loaded the left hook, and he had some power on it. And that was probably one of the more effective shots so far that I've seen in this round, in that round. And when he got on top, though, he very much of a wrestling match, and still, even after close to a minute of rest over there against the cage, he is extremely fatigued.
This will be digging deep to bring out this round. Shamil Nikayev and Amikan Adayev in his corner there from Fight Team Bakut. Shamil very animated, trying to raise his fighters' spirits for this third round. And
that's a good stalling tactic, I got to tell you right now. I've learned now what some of the guys are doing. I wish I had realized that earlier in my career. Is make sure your corner puts a lot of water on you, so then the referee comes over. Now make sure the towel's not anywhere near it. That's one mistake they kind of made there. The towel was too readily available. But get rid of the towel, pour a bunch of water over, then the referee asks for a towel. You guys fumble for the towel.
I will corner your next fight. I will leave the building with the towel. How about that?
Secure all the towels. Go steal it from the other side.
We kick off round 3 at ACB 49. Yaroslav Pokorny against Rasul Adayev. Very impressive fight from Rasul Adayev, but as we alluded to in the break, between rounds there, Rasul certainly looking like he was wearing it. His body movement's not showing that, light on his toes, but fatigue might be a factor that opens up an opportunity for the wild strikes of Pokorny.
One thing Yaroslav has to be alert of, though, is that I'm pretty sure on everybody's scorecards at home, watching, and more importantly, the judge's cage side, is that he's losing 2 rounds to nothing. So even if he pulls out a third round, rally and is able to win on the judge's scorecard, that might not warrant him the victory overall. So if he sees a chink in the armor of Rasul and is fatigued right now, he needs to be going for broke. He needs to either, nice reversal.
This is one of the stories of the fight when Pokorny has got these takedowns. Rasul's ability to switch those so that he gets the top position has been world class, really.
It has. They tie up legs and go for sweeps, and each time Rasul has the better balance on his support leg, is able to pull it out. So even right here, the fact that Yaroslav's going for the pulling the foot down, I think he's going for rubber guard. Just isn't quite locking the forearm. If he needs to feed his right foot to his left hand there, and now he's going for his elbows. And these elbows are frustrating.
For some reason, the ref stopped that. That was an elbow, so
I don't think you can stop
you
with an
can't
elbow
stop
to
the
the
fight
eye.
there, and it was Adayev that stopped the fight, not the referee.
Well, unless he swung his open hand there, I don't know. That was going too fast for me to really see. My first inclination is the same as yours, that
it looked like an elbow just to the cheekbone there, to the we're trying to get a replay here.
Yeah, if we get a replay of that last strike.
You see, these are elbows. For me, that isn't an illegal strike. Unless they were calling it 12-6, but
no,
he's on the
it's
side.
not 12-6. 12-6 really means
straight down,
completely from the ceiling to the floor. It's not 12-6 in relation to where your body is. It's not from the top of your head down, because if you're laying on your side, it's no longer 12-6. It's 6-3, 3-9 type elbows.
That seems to have given up a advantageous position for Pokorny. But Yaroslav Pokorny reaching out and looking to punish the face now. Obviously caused some damage there on Rasul.
Wow, this fight just got really interesting.
And we have 2 minutes 30 seconds left of this third round. And one thing you got to say is Pokorny's cardio is there. He's
amazing.
Right in front of us here, Pokorny looking for that takedown.
Oh, Anaconda choke locked up.
Rasul.
He's gonna have to get him on his hips, see if he can drive him down.
They are right in front of us here at the in front of the cage.
But you know what's smart? Even if he can't finish this choke, hold on to it. The referee's not gonna break it. So don't go too crazy and try to get out, but really the problem is he needs to get Yaroslav onto a hip. So he could gator roll the other way. See how he's rolling to his left shoulder?
Yeah.
He could roll the other way and put him on his side. Let's see if he flips back over. His left leg is up. Oh, he switches grips.
Great patience from Pokorny there as well, just to be aware of what Rasul needed to do. And now we are back on our feet. With
Very
1
good.
minute 25 left of this round. Nice straight right there. Oh, a big punch from Pokorny. This is
Wow.
punches coming forward.
Wow!
Rasul could be out on his feet here. Another uppercut. The corner of Rasul screaming for him to lock up.
Oh, he's getting taken down.
1 minute left of this fight. What a round this has been. Rasul has gone into autopilot now, grappling, trying to recover from some vicious shots from Yaroslav.
Well, I mean, they've started the fight up for less, or for more action, actually.
And now 30 seconds left of this third round. Now
Going for the
Pokorny
shoulder
looking
lock. If he can get that foot over across the face, he might be able to go for an omoplata. Not that he can finish it, but at least a sweep to get up.
just under 15 seconds left now.
What a great finish for Yaroslav. I still feel that he's going to lose the fight, but what a rally in the last few minutes of this round to really make this much even 2-1 fight.
And it's almost a shame he could go back to that elbow that he obviously caused damage with Rasul, but the fight was stopped there. But time has been called. That is it. This will go to the judges. Good respect shown for the fighters by the Rostov crowd here, and good respect between the fighters as well. Rasul Erdayev having to survive a barrage of shots there, uppercuts, some dirty boxing, some clean hooks from Yaroslav.
Yeah, if Yaroslav really had just been able to push him away and reset, there was still plenty of time in the round, a little over a minute, instead of just staying in there and trying to finish him off in a brawling tactic where he really wasn't getting any more clean shots off. I think that he would have allowed Rasul to have to try to navigate on his feet with space between them. It would have left a much bigger opportunity for him to be able to see where to land the next shot, whereas and not be so susceptible to the takedown. Where now Rasul was able to just grind in close. He was still eating a couple uppercuts there, but nothing that was completely taking him out of it, and was able to shove Yaroslav up against the cage, and he was able to change gears, and Rasul was able to secure the takedown and finish out the fight to make sure that he didn't get knocked out or submitted.
So we're going to hand it back to our MC for the evening, Alexander Sadokhov.
Дамы и господа, в этом поединке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Расул!
So Rasul Erdayev gets the nod for that, and he went through some adversity, but we've got to say the improvements he showed in his game in the early rounds 1 and 2. Fantastic to see, but we'll see a little bit of what he survived in round 3 here.
Yeah, basically came in behind the left hand, Rasul did, Yaroslav, and was able to catch him. And there was, again, anytime the takedown position, was complete dominance from Rasul. here the anaconda choke. Rasul basically wasn't able to get him onto his side, and Yaroslav was able to finish on his knees and able to drive back up to his feet and avoid being choked. Just threw an extra combo, wow.
And here we go. Frank Mir in the house here at Rostov-on-Don, the Sports Palace. I'm sure they'll call my name in a minute.
Great hand combinations, and there he crowded himself up, Yaroslav did. Had he just pushed Rasul off and kept him at the end of his punches, been much more effective as far as finishing the fight.
Fantastic fight, and we have more action here coming at ACB 49. Nice to see Frank Mir translates well in Russian.
Yeah. I guess my last name, too, is actually a Russian word. Did you know that?
That's right.
I keep getting told every time I go somewhere to buy it.
Поединок в величайшем весе. И в синем углу встречайте Диего Марлон, Бразилия!
And we've had some delightful response from the Rostov people. We had to take you shopping today to reclothe you. I never thought I would say that I have bought pants for Frank Mir, and pants in English is undergarments. But dreams come true, people. As Conor McGregor says, dream it true, it can happen. But moving away from your
Experience of traveling internationally?
Yeah, and underwear, let's move on to this exciting
No more
fight.
checking luggage.
That's right. Hand baggage only. And speaking of someone who's traveled a long way to compete here in Rostov, we have Diego Marlon, the Brazilian, highly experienced 31-year-old. 26-9, great grappler. Very aggressive in the cage as well, almost likes to bully his opponents, uses wild strikes, likes to engage the clinch, but uses his demeanor in the cage to impose, I suppose, fear in the opponent in front of him. And look at the emotion. This is very Brazilian, the entrance. Tears coming down his face.
I mean, that emotion he brings into the fight. Again, not only is his submissions very vicious, his attacks hard, but when he's on his feet, he throws heavy uppercuts, hooks. He's not throwing to try to outscore you. His idea is to try to put you to sleep, whether it's with a choke or with a punch.
And I saw him at the weigh-ins yesterday, and it's huge fan response. We had all the fighters there, and he had a big queue of people looking to get their photo with him. And happy to do that as well. That's one of the beautiful things about traveling with MMA. This is a sport that is, growing around the world, the fastest growing sport on the planet. And to have people from Peru, from Brazil, from Great Britain fighting in the ACB cage, it shows that this promotion as well is growing with it.
The international response has been great. We're not just dealing with just one area or one demographic just dominating in here. You have guys from all over the world, and really that's one thing I love about the world of martial arts. It crosses lines. We don't have to sit there and talk about, this is my country, your country. At the end of the day, once we all step inside the cage, we all just become fighters.
And Diego Marlon makes that step into the cage.
Красный угол приглашается боец из России Махарбек Каргина!
And with an equally dramatic entrance comes a very exciting prospect, Marbek Karginov. I saw this man fight in Georgia. Unbelievable jiu-jitsu game. Great striking, very unique style to his martial arts. And what is also unique is he's such a gentle man. His energy is wonderful outside the cage. To be absolutely honest, if it was the apocalypse and he was stood across the road with a can of beans, I would make my way across the road believing I could get that can of beans, and I would eat it, but maybe not through the orifice that I was expecting to use it for. He's a wonderful martial artist, and when I talked to him yesterday, he explained to me one of the reasons he's got a unique style. He picks techniques from martial arts that he likes, and then he'll go to someone to learn those, to build his arsenal. So it's not like one martial art he's learning. He's taking the best of all these worlds, and he puts them together beautifully inside the cage.
I mean, really, that's what mixed martial arts really brought into the world, is that we don't have to sit there and fight something where the rule system is biased and favorable towards one aspect of fighting. Basically, you can come in here and bring more of a grappling-dominated game. You can have more of a takedown-dominated game, fight from the bottom, fight striking, then close, far away, be a point striker. You could be just a, you know, a slugger. You can have all these different facets of styles and techniques you can draw from the world and implement what works best for your mindset, your personality, your gifts you've been given, you were born with genetically. And so it just makes for such an interesting game, go back and forth. I mean, no two guys in this whole world really honestly fight the same way or use the same techniques, no matter who they train with or who they train under.
A big smile from Karganov as he has the Vaseline applied and makes his way into the ACB cage. He said the transition, he's a nice guy. 1 yard outside the cage, he's a nice guy, but he has the nickname the Leopard. And when he steps in there, he sees his prey and he looks to take him out as quick as possible.
Ему 31 год, базовый стиль бразильское джиу-джитсу. Рост бойца 167 сантиметров, официальный вес 62 килограмма 300 граммов. Профессиональный рекорд 35 боев, 26 побед, 9 поражений. Представляющий Куритибу, Бразилия, Диего Мало! Представляю его соперника в красном углу. Бойцу 23 года. Базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 173 сантиметра. Официальный вес 61 килограмм 700 граммов. Его рекорд безупречен. 7 побед, ни одного поражения. Из Владикавказа. Польша.
Hey guys, you know the rules. Listen to my instructions. I want a clean fight. When I say stop, we stop. All the time protect yourself. Touch your gloves and go back to the top.
So we step back and don't blink on this one. Diego Marlon has 26 wins, 21 by way of finish. Manabek Karganov is 7-0 with 6 first-round finishes. Marlon moving forward in the green shorts, the blue corner. Karganov in the red shorts in the red corner. Certain reach, definite reach advantage for Marabek coming into this. Interestingly enough, when I talked to him about his jiu-jitsu, which he's well known for, Marabek, he said actually he would prefer to stand and strike. It's his opponents that take him down. And Denis Mutznek found out that doesn't always go well. When he judo throwed him, he ended up straight in a triangle, which he transitioned into an armbar to finish.
Very good job on Marabek, able to defend that the outside reap there of the leg. You see Diego had the body lock. He was stepping over to try to pull the leg out. He's going to try from the inside now. It looked like it was open there, but again, Marabek, great job, great balance, and able to pull his hips away just enough to avoid getting his feet sucked out.
And Marabek's certainly got to watch those wild strikes as Diego, but he throws a few of his own there, a pinpoint knee.
Followed by a great straight left hand.
Certainly the biggest test of Marabek's career.
Right now, I think that early on in the round, I saw a roundhouse land from Marabek right on Diego's liver. And that's when we've seen within about a second or two him take this initiative to drive the fight to the ground. So I think that whatever he's felt on his feet, something's hurt him enough to where he's, those might be closer to 12-6.
And Chris Bynum finished him. We said blink and you might miss it. We almost did. Manabek Karganov finishes Diego Marlon within a round. We take a look at the action here.
Now, those elbows could be questionable as far as 12-6, but I don't think that's what knocked him out. I think that when he came over the left hand, he was able to catch him right on the temple and was able to cause the knockout to occur that way, which I'm glad that it looks pretty, from what I'm seeing right on there in the film, it's not going to be a hard thing to argument that the strikes that landed were definitely legal ones, where some of those downward elbows could be called into question whether they're not, or they're 12-6, but it looks to me that the that left hand coming on the other side was the ones that actually did the finishing of the damage.
That is another first-round finish. 7 first-round finishes, an 8-0 record now.
Well, he's pointing to the side of his neck that the elbows came from, so.
Helped to his feet by his corner there. Very respectful after the fight as well. Marabek Kiganov came over to check his opponent, Diego Marlon, was okay. Diego still making signs towards that neck, the back of his head.
Итак, в этом поединке на отметке 1 минута 49 секунд первого раунда нокаутом победу одержал Мохаммед Харина! Россия! И ваш аплодисменты для соперника Диего Бразилия! Мохаммед, добрый вечер с победой. Расскажите, как это было?
За плечами большая подготовка, большой труд, кровь, слезы, нервы, и вот дало свои результаты. Я хочу поблагодарить публику, которая пришла меня поддержать. Очень теплая и горячая публика, никогда такую не встречал, честно скажу. Не подходите, честно говорю. Спасибо большое моим болельщикам, которые прибыли издалека, с разных уголков. Спасибо вам огромное. Также хочу поздравить остинский народ с праздником Джоргуба. Кусалай хайджину, тваштырджина хушгана год. Каразил хасуд, каразилку хасан. Одна не чашется. Амбекса. Также хочу сказать, что это не моя победа. Это победа моего тренера Марата Илаева и клуба Илаев Fight Team.
Дамы и господа, по-прежнему непобежденный Мохаммед Харина!
So there we go, Marabek Karaginov leaves the cage victorious. Huge smile on his face, and we have a look back here. Can't quite see again, the referee slightly in there. So that was the end of the fight where the referee called it. Another quick finish on that young man's record.
Very impressive.
Дамы и господа, на очереди еще одно российское противостояние в рамках полусреднего веса. Ваше внимание на экран.
Начальный соперник был Гильермо Мартинес, примерно тоже базовый борец вольного стиля. Новый соперник обладает высоким уровнем борьбы в партере. Буду больше акцент делать на то, что не залазить в партер, пытаться связаться, а наоборот больше работать в стойке, работать на дистанции, давить постоянно. В своем дебюте
дебюте в этой лиге я сразу же получил одного из лучших бойцов в нашей категории. Шараф очень хорош, отлично двигается, ударная техника на хорошем уровне. Мое преимущество, конечно же, в партере. Я не буду избегать боя в стойке, но у меня свой геймплан. Я хочу навязать свою игру. Я завершу бой сабмишеном.
Контроль партнера хороший, ударная техника работает довольно хорошо, но, думаю, не преобладает надо мной. Перемещается также опытный соперник. Посмотрим, что покажет бой.
Eu tenho grandes planos para esse
У меня уже есть громкие титулы. Я не собираюсь останавливаться на этом. Все будет по воле Господа. Я молю его, чтобы все прошло хорошо. Я хочу громко начать свой путь в этой лиге.
So we move on to the main card here at ACB 49 at Rostov-on-Don. And we welcome the Brazilian Julian Santos to the cage. Taking on a huge task in fighting Sharaf Davlatmuradov. Took it on short notice as well. Only a week to prepare for this fight, but that isn't to say he hasn't had a camp. He fought 2 weeks ago and won a title in Poland, so a very active fighter, certainly in shape. I saw him at the weigh-ins yesterday. I spoke to his corner man. We've got Charles Andrade, who seems to be a fixture here at the ACB events. And they said he's in shape, he's ready, and he's looking to impose his will, use his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and try and cause a huge upset here on this ACB card.
You don't really lose your shape after 1 week of not being in the gym, so the fact that he had a week off before being notified of the fight and get ready, but he was already in super top shape, so if anything, it's an advantage to go ahead and have maybe that week off to heal, get a little bit of your mojo back, recover, and then you still have all that cardio and all your ability and strengths that you built up didn't disappear after just a couple days off. So I see that he'd be well prepared for the fight, and very excited to see what he's able to do here tonight. One thing I really do like about Hulton is that not only is he on top, with a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu background looking for submissions, but has extremely heavy ground and pound. He hits people really hard, looking to finish the fight that way, and then as you try to recover from being, being rained down on, he opens up submissions and able to secure victories in that way.
Has a good record with that as well. 7 wins by finish, 3 by KO, 4 by sub, and also has experience of high-pressure fighting. He was on the Tough series with Vanderlei Silva and Chael Sonnen. So he's fought under high pressure with his career on the line, under the big spotlight, and now makes the transition into the ACB cage. Has also made the transition and moved to Europe. He's now based himself in Germany. He's got people over there that he's training with, but he feels there's more opportunities to fight, and has shown he's 2 fights in 3 weeks. That seems to be paying off.
Красный угол приглашается боец из России. Встречайте, Sharaf Davlatmuradov!
And now we welcome Sharaf Davlatmuradov, a record of 10-0, just 24 years old. And when you talk about transition in the sport, this young man turned pro in August 2015. Since that point, he's had 10 fights, this will be his 7th fight this year. A huge prospect, has made a real mark, not just by showing that he can fight, he's aggressive, but has matured over that time and is now a well-developed fighter. Excellent strikes, really picks his shots. and a character as well. Somebody who has been massively embraced by the ACB fans. And when you see a prospect like this developing this quickly, you can be filled with nothing but excitement.
And they're really putting a very tough fight in front of him in Holton. And, you know, the fact that, you know, somebody's going to go out there and strike also with him, but looking to get the fight to the ground, Sharif has to go out there and, you know, put the fight in right with the best position for him to win. It would be on his feet, striking, picking apart Holton from the distance, and until something lands with significance, and then going in for the kill. But the whole time he has to worry about, Sharif has to be very cautious of the takedown attempt, because even if he's able to nullify it, it's going to slow down the pace and take it out of the element where he should have the most success.
And also never judge a book by his cover. This young man, 24 years old, holds 3 degrees, a degree in engineering, a degree as a lawyer, a fully qualified lawyer. He has a degree to teach engineering as well, and on top of that, he is a fully qualified soldier. So he makes me at 37 years old feel very, very lazy.
I was just feeling that. I mean, it shows that, you know, great discipline, and obviously that's why he's able to push himself to a high level of martial arts. He takes that same discipline and work ethic into all aspects of his life.
И первым представляю бойца в синем углу. Ему 24 года. Базовый стиль бразильское джиу-джитсу. Рост бойца 182 сантиметра. Официальный вес 77 килограммов 500 граммов. Рекорд в ММА 16 боев, 12 побед и 4 поражения. Дамы и господа, сеньорас и сеньорес, из Кампина Гранде, Параиба, Бразилия, Жоэлтон Пелегрино Сантос! Представляю его соперника в красном углу. Бойцу также 24 года. Его базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 180 сантиметров. Официальный вес 77 килограммов 600 граммов. Обладатель безупречного рекорда. 10 побед, ни одного поражения. Из Барнаула, Россия, Шарап!
Listen to my comment. All fighting stop comment. Good luck.
So here we go. Both fighters have not taken their eyes off each other. Joelton Santos in the blue corner. Sharaf Davlatmarad in the red corner.
Первый раунд.
This is also, should be said, Sharaf's opponent has changed to that week. And it was almost looked like he couldn't get a fight. He was offered to a number of different opponents who couldn't take it for various reasons. The fight was almost called off, and then Joelton Santos stepped in to take on this tough task. Nice body kick there. One thing we've seen in the short but very active career of pro career of Sharaf is he's developed. He used to go forward and just prove that he could fight, prove he was tough and could exchange. Now he's got to the point where he's picking shots. He's being much more accurate with the weapons and how he chooses to use them.
Yeah, right now he's obviously he's landed a couple of those body kicks, but what I really like right now is he's establishing a very hard, powerful jab. And that is going to cause all his other techniques to work that much better, because even now when he decides not to fire it off, if he feints it or throws something behind that jab, it's going to be that much better and that much harder for Joelton to see it and to gauge it and try to elude it.
Sharaf's original opponent, Guillermo Martinez, a very well-built striker and strong wrestler. So when I talked to Sharaf yesterday, he felt, although it's a switch in styles with Joelton being primarily in his previous fights, primarily looking to take it down and impose Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he feels that the training he put in with the takedown defense transfers very well into this fight.
And that's always something that's a bonus when you have opponent pick up on short notice that there are aspects of your training that you've been working on are going to carry over. The worst is when it's a complete, the guy you were fighting was left-handed, now you're fighting a right-handed guy, facing a grappler, now he's a striker predominantly. So whenever you can have it to where he mixes up quite well, or you can at least draw something into it, it just helps gain momentum into the fight.
Zoltan being very patient as well, and there's no stepping off, and just control the distance as well, so that Superman punch from Sharaf didn't connect.
Patience, and I just don't think he sees an opportunity to get in safely.
Nice right hook as he came in though. I do like that jab from Sharaf, fast and long.
And see there, because the jabs landed hard, that stutter fake that he did right there off the lead side caused Yulton to bite on it. See a reaction.
Now Zoltan might be looking to catch kicks. His last opponent, Sharaf, was Benny Alloway at ACB 41. That was his plan, to try and catch the kicks, to take him down. He's been much more easier to handle on the ground, but as Benny Alloway found out, those kicks are very, very hard, very accurate, and he was finished by a liver kick. Nice, strong, stiff jab again by Sharaf.
And that one he faked it by pumping it once, and it looked like Yulton thought he wasn't going to come with the second one, so he threw a double jab and was able to really drive. Oh!
Nice overhand right.
That caused a little bit of a reaction, obviously, on the nervous system of Yulton. You see when that right hand connected, he kind of straightened up a little bit.
Sharaf huge for this weight as well. Used to fight at middleweight, has dropped down to welterweight. He feels that this is the division he can get to the ACB title shot quickly. But he put on, I spoke to him this morning, he reckons he's put on 10 kilograms since yesterday.
It's amazing.
Oh, another big right hand. Great chin on Zoltan.
There's merit in Yulton being patient and not trying to make a mistake and just dive in on a knee or something. But at the same time, just backing up and not throwing anything is getting him in trouble. He's just getting picked apart right now.
The crowd responding to this fight. 45 seconds left to go in this first round. Patient from both fighters. This is the first clinch Zoltan's been able to engage with. The referee warning him not to hold the shorts of Sharaf.
Crossing the leg right there to try to avoid getting taken or getting hit with a knee. Almost gave up a takedown though.
Again, mixing it up well, using that strike to open up the kick and maybe causing a bit of desperation. Again, we look at this front choke. It seems to be a theme.
He's got him pushed up against the cage. It's very close. Was able to pull his head out to the side. You see how there Yulton had his head directly on the basically center line on Sharif, and Sharif was able to use his hips to drive forward, and basically Yulton's head was caught between his body and the driving force of his hips. But then when he was able to pull his head to one side or the other, he's able to relieve that pressure. But had there been more time in the fight, then you get stuck just in a regular guillotine. There, a great setup. Yeah, there you see Sharif switching to southpaw and then throwing a jab and then immediately throwing and fighting from that stance, not giving his opponent enough time to make an adjustment. And here you see his chest heavy, center line on Yulton, pushing forward with the hips, and then Yulton was able to drive down and get his head off the stomach of Sharif to avoid being choked out.
Is that much more a catch wrestling technique or a straight Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu hold?
You know what, it's not really a straight Jiu-Jitsu hold, because that move really only works very well if you have a cage to push someone against.
Okay.
Because basically you want to be able to lock up your hands on the throat. You have the back of their head on your stomach or chest, and you're driving your hips forward. But if there's nothing on the other side of their body to kind of trap them to really finish off that crunch, it's hard to finish, because then you end up kind of lifting the guy up, and then his feet kind of come off the ground, and I've seen guys, hang there for quite some time and not really pass out because it's more of a wind choke.
Okay.
Most of the force is right on your Adam's apple. So that's why even catch wrestling or jiu-jitsu, because most of the grappling arts are done on an open mat, we haven't had that next dimension of having the cage there. So that choke really has kind of came about more from MMA.
We're in round 2 now.
Yep.
Oh, eye poke there, straight forward as Sharaf came.
Accidental. That's just, again, that's one of the downfalls of our sport, is that we have open finger gloves, which allows us to grapple. But the disadvantage is that now the fingers aren't covered, and there's always the accidental or unintentional eye poke.
Let's have a look here. Yeah, just as he came in. Not as nasty as you've seen him where they go knuckle deep, but just that paw on the eyeball.
It doesn't take much on the eyes. Anybody can attest to that. But and again, it's just a technique. It's hard not to do that, because a lot of times when we're doing our heavy sparring in the gym, striking wise, you're using boxing gloves. So if you paw or you parry with an open hand, the boxing glove covers your fingers and doesn't really show you that, well, you can't do that when you have open gloves, open finger gloves. That was a phenomenal combination. You see Sharif threw a jab, hook, and then pulled back, because that was what I talked about fights earlier, about throwing 1 or 2 and then pulling, letting your opponent throw his counter and being in range, though, because you only moved your upper body and not necessarily your base, and you're able to fire off another strike.
Sharif's so loose with his striking as well. That movement, just years of training, the pad work, the sparring, and just 24 years old. But now Zoltan has him up against the cage. This is the first time he's really had an opportunity to close that distance and potentially put it in his world. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. And the crowd geeing on the fighters, getting behind Sharaf, as the referee almost did as well. Those body kicks are certainly taking their toll. He threw one earlier in the round, which definitely made Zoltan drop that right elbow.
Yeah, the next time he sees him switch stances, obviously backing up has not been what to do, because that left leg's coming directly under it. Much better off that when he sees him switch, throw an attack right immediately. Don't sit there and be mesmerized with the switch stance and then end up eating that shin to the liver. Glove malfunction again.
Again, I do like the sort of hook Sharaf's using.
Yeah, and that's because he's established such a hard jab in the first round. Now when he shakes that jab, he doesn't have to fully commit to it, because the minute his arm and shoulders and his body start to move in the jabbing form, it's better than taking a shin to the head, but much better to try to slip the kick by pulling back from it.
And it's Sharaf that goes for the takedown there. Lovely level change off the overhand. 30 seconds left.
Wow, great back take. Now deep half guard work coming from Zoltan, but he's pulling back up. Looking like he's going to try to go back up to a... He's got the arm trapped in there, but he needs to get his leg out. Now he's got his guard passed again.
Just 10 seconds, but takes the back. Zoltan looking to roll, but time will not be on his side for this.
No, but if I'm Zoltan, I see potential there, that if he does that a little bit earlier, that is definitely something he needs to go to in the next round. Standing on his feet, getting picked apart the last 2 rounds by Sharif. Sharif's the superior striker. There's just no discounting that. It's easy to see he's easily winning on the judges' scorecard. In fact, his striking is such a high level that when he chose to throw a takedown in there, Zoltan was not prepared for it at all. Here you see that, a couple combinations from Zoltan coming forward. Nothing really landed of great significance compared to what Sharif's been able to land on Zoltan there. The left kick to the body. Here he threw the right to the overhand right and immediately switched down to a head inside single and was able to pull the leg out in a dump and kind of switched levels and was able to secure the takedown.
Great awareness of the time in the round as well. That was the last 40 seconds of the round. And able to just put a stamp, another thing in the judge's eyes, which goes, he's dominating. And to end up on top really sets it in stone. Very impressed with Zoltan's cardio though. He has been not been bowing to the pace of Sharaf. Looks fresh, looks in shape for this.
Yes, I think that he just needs to push the pace more. At this pace of the fight that Sharif is fighting, there's going to be no question on that he can easily win a decision this way, and possibly even maybe cause a knockout. Sharif, Zoltan needs to be aggressive with his combinations. Hopefully, an opportunity for a takedown opens itself up.
So we move into the third and final round of this contest. Sharaf Davlatmuradov in the red shorts with the red corner, and Zoltan Santos in the black shorts with the blue tape on his gloves. Nice stiff jab again.
Oh.
Nice hook to the uppercut to the body.
Yeah,
almost.
great liver shot. Sharif, Zoltan stuck his hand out, looked like he really wanted to avoid again the jab, which is what set up that shot. And then he stepped forward, was able to pivot, put his weight onto his left side, and threw a very vicious uppercut into the midsection or to the liver of Zoltan.
Big hammer fist coming down.
Yeah. Zoltan needs to try to turn the corner right now. I know that his hips are being controlled by his ankle right there, but if he wants to be able to finish this at all, he has to get his elbow on the mat on the other side, on the inside of Sharif's leg. By staying here, he's just getting beat up. He can't drive forward. So even a better prospect is to just do a sit out. Let the leg go, sit out, see if you can take the back.
Again, holding on. Not willing to give that up, but still taking shots. Nothing that will cause a knockout or anything, but enough to stop the referee standing them up.
And Sharif is smart. He's control. See how he's reaching down with his right hand and controlling the ankles? It's not allowing Zoltan to get a corner and to pivot and move forward. Anytime he tries to drive forward, his hips extend past his knees. See that?
Yeah.
You have to have your knees underneath your hips to have any kind of power down there, to try to do any kind of like an Iranian lift, or post up on the right leg and try to turn the corner. But by staying on your knees and then having your knees pulled out from underneath you, basically, anytime you try to drive forward, and also the fact that Sharif's sprawl is pulling Zoltan's arms away from him, it's really a no-win position. If this was a college wrestling match, they would have called a stalemate on it, because they realize that neither guy is going to improve their position. Sharif can't get. That's the sit out.
There we go. And Sharaf moves nicely, transitions to the back there. But Zoltan just couldn't stay there, could not. And now rolls to try and get. Manages half guard almost. Very impressed with Sharaf's control, patience as well. His weight distribution as well, just putting it in the right places to make it harder for Zoltan.
Zoltan needs to be aggressive here. He can't let Sharaf get locked up on those ankles again. And now if he connects his hands there if he wanted to, but he decided to go around to the ankle. And once again, it's not allowing him to turn the corner. And that's actually by pulling his head out. Well, the rolling. And great round. Sharif is impressive. He's on his feet. He's doing everything right on the ground. Immediately got up into what we call like a combat stance. As soon as Zoltan tried to put him to guard, he brought his left knee up to block that, so that there would be no chance of being stuck in anything.
And then stands back up. And Zoltan now wearing the signs of those shots. We have not long left in this round, 1 minute 20 seconds left.
I see another heavy hook coming. See how he's extending his right hand because he doesn't want to eat that jab again. By doing that, that's also the defense for the hook. And so...
Big body shot there, you heard that.
Sharaf, being the striker that he is probably going to fake one up the middle.
You can hear the voice of Charles Andrade screaming for Zoltan to engage, to throw some big shots, put it all out there. 45 seconds left. Another impressive performance so far for Sharaf. For someone who's been a pro fighter for less than 2 years. Very impressive in all areas. Zoltan moves forward, and with just 15 seconds left, he finally ends up on top. Let's
Going
see.
for the footlock.
Nice
right
scramble
move. I
from
mean,
Sharaf.
at that point, finishing out on top, even if he could rain down punches, he's going to lose the fight. You have to go for the home run.
Sure, yeah. So there we go. The end of that fight. Zoltan wearing the signs of the damage that very stiff jab was able to cause, but also those hammer fists from guard.
From the failed shot attempts from Zoltan. Sharaf was able to block his ability to move forward and just really stuffed him in on that leg, and then instead of just sitting there and trying to turn the corner and improve his position, he stayed right where he was at and rained down all kinds of hammer fists and shots from on top, and that really took a lot out of Zoltan.
So it will go to the judges' scorecard, but it will be a huge surprise if it was scored any other way. But for Sharaf Davlatmuradov, another fantastic performance. That takes him to 11 wins. Developing every single time he steps into that cage, and at such a pace, it's no surprise it was difficult to find him another opponent. He believes one more fight, if he won this one more fight, and he should be up for a contender battle.
Единогласным решением судей победу одержал и остается непобежденным Шарап Давлатмурадов! Ваши аплодисменты для его соперника из Бразилии, Жоэлтан Пелегрино Сантос. Победой ваш рекорд теперь 11-0. Расскажите, удивил ли вас чем-нибудь ваш соперник?
Вечер добрый, ассаламу алейкум. Хочу сказать, альхамдулилля, все хорошо, что так случилось. Самое главное, что я сейчас, после 3-месячного сбора, приеду наконец-то домой к семье и побуду с ними вместе. Хочу отдельно сказать спасибо своему углу, Лёхе Тарасу, Денису. Спасибо вам за такую подготовку. Клубу «Ахмат» я тренировался первый цикл сбора. И всем моим друзьям, друзья, которые в Ростове за меня болеют. Спасибо всем. Хочу попросить Мальбека Кассио, чтобы следующий бой провел на своей исторической родине, Душанбе, на ACB. Если разрешите, это для меня будет подарок для моего народа. Всем спасибо.
Вам спасибо за красивый бой. Шарап Давлатмурадов! Мы идем далее. Я представляю вашему вниманию поединок в наивеличайшем весе. Внимание на экран.
Я не могу дождаться боя с отцом. Борьба является его сильной стороной. Не сомневаюсь, что я превосхожу его в этом. Буду очень удивлен, если получится победить его досрочно.
Соперник, я считаю, очень достойный, очень опытный боец, хорошими личностями. ММА дрался, спарринговался, я видел. Он покрупнее намного. Вольник тоже хорошо проходит, ноги дает, подтягивает.
Я не собираюсь с первых минут пытаться провести тейкдаун. Я хочу биться в стойке, но если перейдем в партер, то ничего страшного. У меня черный пояс под джиу-джитсу.
Ничего, это меня мотивирует, наоборот. Проиграю, будет опыт, выиграю, будет опыт. Биться до конца, чтобы не было.
Думаю, если я одержу уверенную победу, то стану одним из основных претендентов на пояс. Я смотрел его бой за титул, как он вставал назад. Уверен, что в нашем бою будет то же самое. Я заставлю его отступить.
Думаю, буду работать чуть полнее, исходя из последнего боя, на самом деле. Когда ошибаешься, смотришь, учишься, буду биться.
Razul Albaskanov. Anthony Leone fighting out of Bali MMA, his own gym. He set it up there to bring his two passions together. And why not? He loves surfing, and where better to go surfing than Bali? And MMA, he set up a gym there with his brother and his friends. And that's where he trains and fights out of now. An exciting fight to the sport at the top level as well. Fought for Strikeforce, Bellator, contended for the Bellator title. A wrestling background, and has fought in Russia as well. He's made this trip before and it was successful back in March. So even mentally, that's got to, must be pleasant coming back to a country where you've had such success and you were greeted so well to come and compete.
And off the bat, when you tell me a guy set up a gym with his brother, they're able to surf and hang out, you got to wonder, well, how hard is he really training? I mean, he's training, he loves to train, but there's that aspect of training where you take it to the next level that very few people really enjoy that day in and day out. In fact, I haven't really met anybody that does like it when it's at that intensity and you have to push yourself there to prepare for battle. But the fact that he's been able to step into hostile territory against a Russian in Russia and come out successful shows that he does have mental fortitude, that he obviously does able to do what a lot of other people probably couldn't do, which is be under those circumstances and those surroundings and still train hard and be prepared for extremely grueling tests of his mental state.
The other thing he's had to test while here, 3 weeks out from the fight, he got a staph infection in his elbow, so he had to take 8-9 days off training. Blew up huge, his right elbow, was on medication, that turned around and has to really apply himself in the last 3 weeks for this battle. But when I talked to him about his opponent, he said there's nothing to fear. He feels he's one-dimensional. He feels that as long as he can stop him doing his game, he can take this win. So here comes Razul Albaskanov, another Fight Team Bakut fighter and a big talent. 26 years old, his last fight was for the title, a strange fight that ended in mysterious way. A DQ for an illegal shot, but then that got overturned by the promotion. So he was keen to get back in the cage, wanted to shake off that experience and get right back on track for that title shot. An aggressive wrestler himself, good submissions, a 5-1 record, and it's the intensity he brings that you'll see in the cage. He's all in 100%, and he'll put it all on the line to try and make something happen, and he's going to have to do that and more to take on Anthony Leone tonight.
Another thing he does really great in the octagon or in the cage is that his ability to switch stances. It just comes at you from different angles, and a lot of times guys they always fight from one side, and you can start to garner some of their ideas and tendencies, but a lot of times when you have a guy who switches stance and then is also very aggressive in that switch stance and coming forward, it doesn't give you time to kind of settle to do what you're usually prepared for. Most guys prepare fighting an orthodox guy or an unorthodox, the southpaw, but facing both at the same time throws a lot of guys bonkers. It throws really a monkey wrench in the whole your whole defensive system, because now the guy's like, okay, he's standing this way, this is what's opened up, now he's standing that way. If the guys switch stance and they don't attack, it kind of allows you that opportunity to like, oh, okay, he's coming from over here. But when you have somebody who immediately attacks right off the bat, such as Rasul does, then it really puts you in a war. You're going to be in a fight in a high pace. It's hard to slow those guys down.
And he does bring a pace. 4 of his fights, he's won by submission. He loves a guillotine choke. If he can get hold of that neck, he will do all he can to turn it into a guillotine or to a das. One thing that Anthony noticed was that thing. He said if he can stop those takedowns, if he can stop him getting hold of my neck, he feels he can control him and maybe get a submission of his own. But Rasul looks in shape for this. We'll hand it to our MC, Alexander Sadukov. So the action has just been paused for a second while they deal with a couple of technical issues. Gives us a chance to tell you how you can follow ACB on our social media. Get involved at ACB_league on Twitter. Let us know what you think of the fights. Let us know what you think of the fights yet to come. Who you're favouring, which fighters you're going to go for. In our main event, we've got Edward Vartanian taking on Alexander Shabliy. Also, check out us on Facebook, AC Berkut. And we're also on the internet as well. We've got a wonderful website there now available in English as well, acbmma.com. And for the English version, just put /EN. That will get you to our English site. We've had lots of action so far tonight. Some great finishes, some great performance, some standout.
Okay, if something goes on, I'm eyeing the exit right now. Which way are you going?
So we are just waiting for some technical difficulties to be solved. We will keep you posted. It's hard for the fighters here when something like this happens as well, because they're all
I would not want to be
up
them right now.
and they are ready to go.
Because I mean, you're amped and you have a certain rhythm to you walking into the to the cage. You know that a certain amount of time they're going to announce your names. You're going to touch gloves, a rule, whatever the case may be. You might have about 10 minutes by the time you walk from the back curtain. But this, it throws you off because you're kind of mentally have that rhythm of knowing when mentally you're going to start and here's your peak. And so now we have it to where when's the fight going to occur? So everybody starts setting the guard down, and actually very intelligent from both corners. Able to put the
warm up, put the wraps on, put the jackets and the tops on for their fighters to stay warm. We will be back with you with ACB very shortly. We'll just deal with this technical difficulties.
I ain't looking for a deal. I'm trying to be a dealer. What you looking at is real. And if you real, I look familiar. I'm like mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the greatest of them all? Money mouth, money calls. You know I gotta be involved. Even if I be in drugs, I'm hopping out quick. No excuses necessary. She know what I'm about, bitch. So much I can't count it. I need an accountant and another bitch on the side just to count it. Word to Friday, let's get smoky in this bitch. Back to back, I'm blowing nose. I'm always rolling up a switch, and there is always a bitch, always blowing me a kiss, and she's looking at my wrist while I'm holding on my. No, my clothes ain't tight, they fit. I'm appealing to your chick, so I can give a shit what a person's lips read. I've been real since do rags and white tees. I've been real since do rags and white tees. Next it's gonna be blue contacts. Good, goddamn, these niggas whack. I can't stand it, but damn it, this is probably how they planned it. Soon as a real nigga hit the room, watch him vanish. The black David Blaine, I'm making paper appear. A lot of niggas lame, that's why they lady in here. New money, nigga, listen. Sour deep prescription. Gotta get filled up with crew and room, that's probably wrong. Don't worry how I'm living. I'm greedy, no, I'm not giving. Lord, forgive me for my sin. I admit it, I ain't finished. 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 I came in this bitch, you want attention. Get money, that's the mission. Most bitches get more riches, back and strong from all the scraping. I hope
Дамы и господа, добрый вечер еще раз. Сейчас, пока у нас продолжается пауза, она, кстати, скоро завершится, рядом со мной находится основатель лиги ACB Майрбек Хасиев. Добрый вечер.
Добрый вечер.
Майрбек, ну, во-первых, как вам турнир? Зрителям, я слышу по аплодисментам, он нравится. Какой бой из тех, что уже состоялись, вы бы выделили на данный момент?
Ну, я бы для начала сказал, я никогда не думал, что мне придется заполнять техническую паузу, так что прошу прощения за это. Ну, мне, честно сказать, понравился бой, вот последний, Шараф, да. Я рассчитывал на то, что бой завершится досрочно, но не помню сейчас оппонента, по-моему, он с Бразилии, да? Да, явно видно было, что он абсолютно спокоен, настроен, и плюс еще физика у него была достаточно хорошая, несмотря на то, что внешне они сильно отличались. И несколько ударов по печени он практически, по большому счету, и не почувствовал. Вот этот бой, наверное, все-таки был для меня интересен, потому что я ожидал один результат, а получил другой.
Ну, еще один вопрос. Шараф в своем интервью после боя просил вас подраться в Душанбе, насколько я помню. Скажите, услышана ли будет его просьба?
В смысле, чтобы я подрался? Не понял.
Он просил вас подраться.
Я чтоб подрался в Душанбе?
Нет, к сожалению, даже возможно. Он просил вас о том, чтобы вы устроили ему бой в Душанбе. Да, я буду точен в формулировках.
Ну, в принципе, это и напрашивается, потому что мы и так планируем провести там турнир. Так что, скорее всего, это произойдет. Но если душанбинцы так горят желанием, чтобы я подрался, можно это организовать, не проблема.
Ну, и, наверное, заключительный вопрос. Следующий турнир, юбилейный, 50-й, состоится в Санкт-Петербурге. Расскажите немного, что нам ждать от этого турнира?
Ну, 50-й турнир изначально, еще в начале года, мною было сказано, что он должен быть одним из самых мощных турниров не только в ACB, но и, наверное, все-таки на постсоветском пространстве. Я надеюсь, что мы это сделаем. Ну, по составу бойцов, наверное, уже все знают, перечислять никакого смысла не имеет. Я думаю, что мы все-таки взорвем, скажем так, предновогоднее спокойствие Российской Федерации.
Спасибо большое. Основатель лиги ACB Майрбек Хасиев.
Спасибо ростовчанам. На самом деле здесь очень приятно находиться.
So here we have some words from Manabek Kizaev.
Наверное, пока будет существовать лига ACB, стабильно раз в год, как минимум, мы здесь будем проводить турниры обязательно.
Вот так, дамы и господа, ну, скоро мы продолжим.
Some words from Manabek Kizaev, the owner of the promotion here at ACB. Just explaining, we've got technical difficulties and obviously safety first. There were some issues and still are some issues with the lighting rig. They're trying to sort out. They're getting to the bottom of it now. We should be set to go again fairly shortly, but he also just wanted to congratulate the fighters in the fight before, Sharaf, Davlat Muradov and Julian Santos. He was very impressed with that fight by both fighters. And we seem to have progress with the lights as well, so we should be getting the fight underway now very shortly between Anthony Leone and Razul Albakhanov. These poor fighters have been in there trying to keep warm, trying to stay focused on what they'll need to do very shortly. But Manabek also just giving a nod towards the next event, ACB 50, which comes on December the 18th in St. Petersburg, by far the biggest event ACB have put on. And with 4 title fights for you to enjoy, by far the biggest fight to come out of Russia with Russian MMA. Yet again proving a point as to how far ACB have grown and their intent, where they want to take this product. So December 18th, St. Petersburg, you've got the heavyweight belt on the line, Razulov versus Goldstov. 2 huge men looking to collide. We also have Cooper versus Sadov for the vacant welterweight belt. Oleg Borisov takes on Magomedov for that bantamweight belt. Such a highly anticipated about that. And the vacant featherweight title goes up for grabs between Malat Balayev and Yusuf Raisev. More stars on that, and we are just about set to get back to the action here at ACB 49. Thanks for bearing with us. We apologise for any inconvenience this has caused in your viewing. But what I will say is we have 5 fights left and some wonderful contests for you to enjoy. Edward Vartanian taking on Shabley, the hometown boy. That's a wonderful title fight. And then on top of that, we have Steve Carl, XWS World Series of Fighting champion, taking on Beslan Isaev. Mikhail Kolobegov, another Rostov favourite, hometown favourite, takes on Hussein Kushagov in a highly anticipated middleweight bout. Damian Shimansky takes on Lazukov. And then we have this bout right in front of us, Anthony Leone versus Razul Albashazov. Alexander Sadukov will reintroduce the action. Both fighters all prepped and ready for this contest. As always, keep up to date with us on social media at ACB_league for Twitter, at AC Berkut on Facebook.
Дамы и господа, это ACB 49, Ростовская сеть, и мы продолжаем. Я представляю вашему вниманию участников поединка в наилегчайшем весе. И первым представляю бойца, стоящего в синем углу. Ему 29 лет, базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 167 сантиметров, официальный вес 57 килограммов и 400 граммов. Его рекорд в ММА 21 бой, 14 побед и 7 поражений. Представляющий Центр Моричес, Нью-Йорк, США, Энтони Леоне. Представляю его соперника, стоящего в красном углу. Бойцу 26 лет. Базовый стиль вольная борьба. Рост бойца 165 сантиметров. Официальный вес 57 килограммов ровно. Его рекорд в ММА 6 боев, 5 побед и только 1 поражение. Представляющий Грозный Расул Албасханов. Рефери боя Ашот Ашукян.
Listen to my comments. Fight and stop comments. Good luck.
So finally we are set to get back on track here at ACB 49 with this flyweight battle. Anthony Leone in the multicolored Bali MMA shorts in the blue corner, and then Razul Albashazov starting off with some spinning attacks from the red corner.
Not a bad tactic. Maybe thinking your opponent might have fallen asleep during that 15-minute intermission that was unexpected. Seeing if you can catch him right off the bat, you know, not back into his stride yet.
And very difficult for these fighters who've had to stand there and wait for this action to get back on track, to stay focused and to stay warm as well, physically, to be ready for a contest like this. And Razul takes Anthony down.
Yeah, and he's controlling the far leg. And now Anthony's working his leg back over for that guillotine attempt, but getting stuck in one of his own.
And Razul loves the guillotine.
Oh, he's going now for the anaconda.
Moving in. Anthony said he liked these attacks and he had to try and avoid them, but Razul has locked one up straight away.
If he can push that elbow off, he might be able to create some space. Now he's came back to his knees, and that's one thing about the anaconda choke. It's hard to get from here. But if your opponent drops to a hip and you're able to walk your feet up, which actually essentially he's doing right now, Rasul, that's actually pretty impressive that he could bring his hips up. Most of the time, the way I've always done this choke is you get your opponent to fall to a hip, and then you can walk your feet and then you entangle your feet with his feet, so that way his hips can't escape from your hips. But really, he's able to drive and put pressure forward without really committing to his hip.
Trying to work that, not wanting to give up that grip. And Anthony Leone said he felt that Rasul had a couple of tricks in his arsenal and he just had to avoid those and he'd be okay. But again, you've got to ask.
This is a crushing type of choke, but he's able to hold on. A Darce choke where the arms are the opposite direction. Same arm in as far as Anthony's, but it would be Rasul's arms would be switched and the forearm would be on the side of the throat. That's much more of a blood choke. Here you can see him starting to get away from. See how Anthony is putting his body away from the cage because he doesn't want Rasul to be able to just drive his hips forward into the choke, which is what's creating the most amount of pressure. It's really not your arms. Your arms pretty much just lock it up. Now he's able to get out.
Rasul again working for top position.
And he's determined because here Leone is going to butterfly sweep, trying to work for escape. Nope.
And now Anthony Leone ends up on the back.
Right on the back. If he keep double underhook right now, he's a little high right, and if he needs to get his hips back lower on the upper back of Rasul's. Right now, he's in danger being shooken off. But he's doing a great job with double underhooks there. Seems like he has a, does he have a body lock with his hands underneath the armpit?
That's right, and he's managed to get both hooks in now.
Oh, and he's working. See how the closer he gets to where they're both their belt buckles are at the same distance away as far as level. Oh, he's looking at her naked choke.
All of his wins have come by choke as well. He's wonderful at working his opponent down into the position where he can gain that.
He's got the hand across the neck too. If he can get that other hand free and try to start compacting and go fist to fist there, or palm to palms, are the possibility of actually getting a choke here. But Rasul's done a great job of grabbing his head now and trying to use that to pull him off of his back.
Great grappling exchange here.
Yeah, both guys are doing awesome because the fact that, you know, Anthony's not being shaken off and the fact that Rasul defended off that rear naked choke and is still able to be aggressive from and not just be stagnant on the bottom.
1 minute left in this first round. And Rasul now breaks out. The crowd respond to that. And he's not letting go of the neck. Up against the cage they're in. Quite a tangle here. Who can come out on top? 35 seconds left of this first round. Rasul dropping elbows and again looking
now
to
he has to
knock
just.
that.
He really loves that guillotine attack, but Anthony did a good job of staying on the outside of that leg so that he couldn't get the proper angle and drop down onto that guillotine. But now he has the back again. Oh, he has a choke.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
This is huge. Anthony Leone.
He might just go to sleep. Wow.
Rasul, the referee watching so closely there. And he survived.
Wow. He just wasn't able to get the hand behind the head, and the fact they weren't completely back to back. As far as when you're behind your opponent, you put a rear naked choke in, you want to make sure that your spines are even and you're both facing the same direction. When one opponent's able to turn his shoulders ever so slightly to your right or to your left, you just lose the angle to really get up on the side of the neck to really apply that blood choke. But to finish it that way was quite impressive, and then that was an amazing first round of grappling back and forth. Not just positioning, but each guy actually going for finishes. Like, amazing.
Neck to neck, and also technically just so sound, doing the right, not just attacking, but defensively. Both combating each other's attacks, each other's approaches.
I'm interested to see how well they're able to punch now to come into the second round, because both guys have done chokes that predominantly are known that if you miss them can fill your arms up with a lot of lactic acid. You know, rear naked choke, you just put a big squeeze in there like Anthony just had. Arms can fill up with blood and makes it tight for the first, few seconds of the exchange. And in reverse, Rasul having the guillotine chokes that he had, and then also that anaconda choke, that saps a lot of your biceps too. And then when you come out, you really see it when guys start to throw punches, their arms are super tight. Okay, hold on, did they get rid of the towel?
The towel's gone missing again.
Towel's gone missing. Oh, wait a minute, referees have screwed it.
So they touch him up for the start of this second round. We were treated to a wonderful grappling display by both fighters. Just looking at the size as well, Anthony Leone looks like he really packs a lot more weight than Rasul in the frame.
He does. Very strong, and has a great stance right there with that right leg loaded. Rasul kind of jumped forward or kind of walked. He took his right foot step, tried to throw that left kick, roundhouse. That's a dangerous move for the guy who's that loaded up with the right hand ready to go. You have to throw something in front of it. You can't just blindly attack with that kick. And now we see an exchange there in grappling, and you know, Rasul has the guillotine locked up, but not really in the most effective position to finish it.
Still fighting for it. He does love to get hold of that neck.
Yeah.
And Anthony Leone looking to pop his head out of there and get this top position away from the cage.
Well, he's being choked now.
Back and forth.
See if Anthony reaches with his right hand and grabs the ankle or foot instead of the knee and able to pull him down.
Turns the corner there as well and now has Rasul on his back. The only thing more impressive than their grappling is that tan on Anthony Leone. That's what a life in Bali will bring you.
Well, now you can go down there and not only have some fun on the beach and some surfing, but looks like a pretty sound MMA school and jiu-jitsu to train at.
3 minutes, 15 seconds left of this first round. Second round, the crowd getting behind Rasul.
One thing I've noticed though is Rasul has a high-level guillotine, anaconda, really a great offensive attack from there. But from what I've seen right now, I don't see what else he has in his game. Right now it looks like Anthony's going to be passing the guard. He used his shins to sweep past, and now he's moved into side control. And it's fun, he's actually stepping over for a guillotine of himself.
Anthony Leone, when I spoke to him
now he has a head and arm choke.
And now he could turn as he gets his hips on the other side, but Rasul just boxes. And look at that for a reversal.
Awesome reversal.
Look.
Oh!
And he now has the back of Anthony Leone. Has he got...
Oh, not as much confidence in that choke as he has in his guillotine.
Did well to reset his legs there. He was high up on the back. And now he goes to set, but not. It's on the chin rather than under the neck.
Anthony's not really respecting the choke at all.
He's right on the chin. It's not underneath. Anthony looking to push that elbow.
A lot of pressure on the chin, but you're not going to pass out from that. If you tap to that choke, it's more from pain. But now Rasul has the body triangle locked up, and that just makes life vicious as far as trying to get a guy off of you.
It's so hard to describe what sort of pressure that brings on your abdomen and on your breathing. But now he applies it again. It's not under the chin, but looking to power this through.
Able to rip the hand again off the back of his head or the top of his head there. He just needs to be able to get his back to the mat now at this point. He's not able to go ahead and shake him like a wrestler would, but now he just essentially needs to get his back to the mat so that he can avoid being put in another choke.
Relentless attacks on the neck of Anthony Leone, and now he's arching his back to try and create more pressure. Looking to turn him over onto his belly. The crowd really getting behind Rasul here, but Anthony Leone not giving up. What adjustments does he need to make? Is it just try and get that?
Well, one thing Rasul can do is put his head on the same side as his hands are.
Yeah.
And then try to slip the choke in deeper using his own head going ear to ear. Right now he's kind of behind. See, right now his head's actually, see there his head's in the right spot, but now he moved his head back to the wrong spot. He needs to keep his head on the other side that his elbow's on of the choking arm. That makes a much tighter choke. He's slipping it in there and keeps his head down and force the choke in, but then when he brings his other hand over the top to put in the pressure, he's alleviating that pressure by removing his head from it. The best rear naked chokes and lion kills are done when you're almost ear to ear with the guy that you're choking. See, right now, again, his head's not in the right spot. If he could drive his head over, he'd be able to get in a much deeper choke.
And that is pure strength from Anthony Leone. With just 10 seconds left in this round, he grabs hold of the neck.
Yep, he's got a guillotine attempt of his own now. And it's on the proper side. He just needs to hook the back so that he can't roll, which he's trying to do right now.
And again, we're treated to a marvelous display of grappling from both fighters. That transition where Rasul was able to switch get the sweep to get that position that gave him that back mount.
Awesome.
Unbelievable stuff.
Now here's the thing that drives me nuts about fighting. Now essentially Rasul was in the better position for what, 2 minutes of that round?
Yep.
Squeezing the neck, squeezing the back, but the fact that it didn't finish, he's actually worse off right now.
Yeah,
trust me,
his
his
arms
body
will be tired.
is screaming because he basically just did pull-ups for 2 minutes straight on a guy that, you know, holding on to something and fighting, you know, whereas now Anthony had him on his neck, but now that he's off his neck, he's fine. There's not going to be as much residual discomfort that they're going to carry into the third round coming from Anthony as there is from Rasul. So that's what sometimes drives you nuts. It's like, how much do you commit to a choke and then miss it? So there's like that, again, it's like a gambler chasing his money. You know, you've invested in this choke, you invest in this choke, you keep squeezing, you're hoping that it passes the guy out or he taps. But then if you miss it, how much energy did you expend going for it? Are you going to be able to recover and fight now and go into the third round? You can see Rasul, but rightfully so. I don't care how great a shape you're in. You can be the top fitness of the world. You squeeze that hard for 2 minutes, your arms are going to be worn out.
Lactic acid is a horrible thing that the body produces, and he'll certainly be feeling that in his arms. He ate a big right hand there as well. And look at this. Anthony Leone's dropped straight for the guillotine.
He did. I don't know if I would have suggested. Nope. Anaconda choke, right?
Yep.
You know what? He landed a great punch there. I would have thought to maybe keep it on his feet. Oh, he's
really
choking.
Got a lot of torque on
that
that neck.
Oh.
And now he's mounted. This could be it.
If he can keep the mount and drive his hips down to the mat.
It looks like it's over. And it is. Anthony Leone gets the finish here. Gets the finish here in Rostov-on-Don after an amazing back and forth fight between these two elite grapplers. What a story unfolded us just between the level of grappling, wrestling, submission for submission.
Oh, that was an incredible display back and forth. And I would have actually told Anthony at the back, had this fight choke failed, I'm like, you just rocked him with a punch. Why didn't you keep it on his feet? But obviously great confidence in his guillotine. He had the mounted guillotine there after, pulling it. And it went to show you that Rasul really spent a ton of energy going for that rear naked choke, that you've seen who was the fresher out of the two, which you would think that doesn't make sense offhand. On paper, you're like, well, the other guy was getting choked for 2 minutes. I'm like, yeah, but once you relieve that choke, it takes him only a few seconds to recover from the lack of oxygen that he was receiving, whereas the lactic acid that Rasul had built up in his arms, all that tension, all that squeezing, anybody who goes to the gym, even recreational, can relate. I'm like, dude, hold a weight out shoulder-length distance for 2 minutes. Now go ahead and try to throw a basketball or do something that takes coordination. And essentially that's what he put himself in that type of position.
That is a wonderful victory for Anthony Leone. Taking out one of the top contenders, the #1 contender, as it was in his last fight, Rasul Albalhaskanov.
I'm impressed, both guys' mental fortitude to fight back and forth like that. Each guy, there were several times in this fight that I was like, oh, that's it.
That could be it.
And
neither quit.
Neither quit. And even in the end, Rasul didn't quit. He just got passed out.
На 28-й секунде третьего раунда удушающим приемом победу одержал Энтони Леоне! И ваши аплодисменты для его соперника Расул Албасханов!
That was an incredible fight, guys. Wow.
Unbelievable back and forth between two highly elite grapplers.
Yeah, he had the guillotine here from the bottom. Then Raul tried to roll out of it. Anthony was able to stay on top and basically work the mount. And then basically when he stuck his arm through, any defense that Rasul could have tried to mount was completely over with. At that point, again, you see guillotine, then it was a reversal on Rasul's part, tried to get on top, but Anthony was able to follow him. And then, but the fact that he landed above the arm and not below it, it was basically, I mean, yeah, there's really, I mean, unless your opponent at that point, unless Anthony had made a mistake with his grip or maybe, lacked confidence in it and let it go, there was really nothing for Rasul to do at that point, but he could have tapped it. He went out on a shield.
Бой в легчайшем весе. Внимание на экран.
Я думаю, что более комфортно, наверное, стойки.
Ну, это опять же все предпосылки. Выйдешь, бывает, в ринг и смотришь, как бы, готовишься к одному, а выходишь в ринг, совсем картинка другая, и комфортно становится, допустим, наоборот, в партере, допустим, либо бороться в стойке.
Я всегда тренируюсь в своем клубе «Шарах Топ-Тим». Мне не надо никуда уезжать, чтобы провести удачный лагерь. Все спортсмены в нашем клубе представители ее крыши.
Грэпплер, да, вот он, кажется, допустим, у него дебют был в ACB, он вначале его бороли, он нашел момент, зацепил треугольник.
Будет тяжело, несомненно, но я уверен в себе, в своих навыках. Я держу уверенную победу. Неважно, где будет проходить поединок. Я готов ко всему.
So next up, Damian Chmielewski makes his way to the cage. Fighting our Shark Top team out in Lodz in Poland. Second fight here for ACB, an impressive debut at ACB 29. First round sub of Alexander Platenko really put his breed of fighting on the map, and he's welcomed back here in Rostov at ACB 49. Comes from a fantastic camp as well. Luka Dobrowski is his coach there, you'll see him. A wonderful coach, got some monsters in his gym out there in Lodz. Trains up with the Polish zombie. Also, Karolina Kowakowicz. Some elite fighters, some superb facilities out there. And it's great when a fighter has that sort of caliber people to train with day in, day out.
Also, you know, when you're having those rough days and it's tough, misery enjoys company. You go out there, you know, it's kind of nice to go about that with other groups of people that are also suffering. I mean, we all got into martial arts because we love it, but not every aspect is, you know, great. There are some parts that are more likable than others.
And next up, Evgeny Lazarkov makes his way to the cage. 4-fight win streak, and this will be his third fight under the ACB banner. He's got some impressive wins as well. A win over Filip Majcek for ACB, but also going back in his record, has a win over Ali Bagatinov, the UFC fighter, and that's no mean feat. And it's his unique style. He's excellent sort of boxing style, but also with sort of karate feet, goes in and out, closes distance very, very well. And that's made him very difficult for opponents to figure out, to engage with. And when they get stressed or they are frustrated, they overreach, and that's when he punishes them.
That style is very effective, and you really see it catching fire right now in MMA. You have guys out there that are able to implement it. You know, 2 or 3 years ago, or, you know, actually the start of probably Lyoto Machida was actually the time where karate started garnering respect again. Until then, you know, I think it had gone to the wayside to the other arts such as Muay Thai, or striking arts, Muay Thai, and boxing, and, you know, American-style kickboxing or Dutch-style kickboxing. But now you're seeing that in MMA with the small gloves, you don't necessarily need to hit someone super hard and put all your weight behind it. You having just proper technique and body alignment and landing with your knuckles. So really speed is of the most important of the two qualities. If right now the most effective thing to have in this cage as far as attributes is to hit someone faster than they can hit you, because all the strikes really in this world hurt. Without a 10-ounce glove like they have in boxing, you can't really walk through punches at all. And and anything can stun you. We've seen it before. You know, simple jabs drop guys because their hands are wrapped, they land the knuckles. So you really see an emergence of that karate style of going, okay, let me stay long and away from you so I don't get hit, but hit you and get back out.
Представляем вам соперников и первым бойца в синем углу. Ему 24 года, базовый стиль бразильское джиу-джитсу. Рост бойца 172 сантиметра. Официальный вес 61 килограмм и 600 граммов. Его рекорд в ММА 8 боев, 7 побед, только одно поражение. Представляющий Лодзь, Польша, Дамян Шмигельский! Его соперник в настоящем углу в красном углу, 28 лет. Его базовый стиль – рукопашный бой. Рост бойца 167 сантиметров, официальный вес 61 килограмм и 500 граммов. Рекорд в ММА 12 боев, 10 побед и 2 поражения. Представляющий Пермь, Россия, Евгений Лосуков! Рефери боя Ашугя.
Listen to my comments. No fighting, stop comments. Okay. Good luck.
Two fighters brought together. When you see that, very physically similar heights, similar reach, two different styles though. If Evgeny will be looking to strike, and Damien has an excellent Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu game mixed with striking as well. Damien in the blue corner with the black shorts. Evgeny repping the USA there in his black and white shorts in the red corner. Evgeny opening up the combinations, finishing with that low leg kick. Damien would definitely be, he gets caught on the way in there. Nice footwork from Evgeny. One position Damien works very well off is the clinch on the cage.
And one thing here that I've seen so far of Damien, he's landed strikes, but he's continually trying to land strikes. And that's the one thing about being well-rounded and trying to get to your strengths is it's okay to land one or two. I'm glad you did. But now change levels and let's engage this fight to where you want it, where you would ideally like to have this. Sometimes guys can get greedy. They sit there and they're not expected to land the shot. They throw a couple, they land it, then they go for more. And on right now with the fact that, you know, Guinea is the superior striker, why would you want to do that? You wouldn't want to. It'd be the same as if you were in a ground fight with a superior ground fighter. You escape the ground, but then you re-engage because you want to go for something on yourself. You know, you have to understand the rules of what you're playing, but a lot of the tactics here is getting to your strong suits and also too maybe not just your strong suits but what your opponent's weaknesses are or what you feel like you can do most likely to win the fight. And Guinea obviously is going to want to make this a stand-up fight. And Damien's looking to get the fight to the ground.
Tough hard clinch there from Evgeny as well. Maybe just letting his weight and strength show a little bit.
Yeah, interesting there. I don't know if he was going to use that as a takedown and be on top for a little while.
Now they break.
I can't say that I really understood the strategy that he was thinking.
Bearing the marks of a few of those strikes from Damien already. Nice body shot there from Evgeny. Dug deep. Miguel
see there?
In.
You see how he switched stance, then he threw a straight, then he came with an uppercut. At that point, when the uppercut landed, he should have initiated his shot, speaking of Damien. But instead, it looked like he went for one extra punch, and that allowed Evgeny to come back.
Oh, he caught him with a right there, and the referee stopped it.
Wow, that's
there we go.
Suck. Oh.
He caught him with the right there, and the referee jumped straight in. Evgeny not happy about that.
I think the referee realizes he might have made a bad call. Shit.
There we go. The referee's job is
Well,
to
let's see,
protect the
we can watch.
fighters. We'll have a little replay.
He got hit. He's going down, but immediately, I mean, he's going right for the arm. I don't know. I mean, I guess you can make the argument that the split second before he got the arm is when the referee, I mean, to defend the referee, he made that decision a second before. There was a half a second there that he was defenseless, but wasn't long enough, you know, and basically had, you know, again, he'd been given a heartbeat longer. Who knows which way that fight was going. I'm not saying that Damian, being the severe grappler, wouldn't have gotten out of the armbar, but it might not have ended there.
Again, the referee's job is to protect the fighters, and he did drop in a way, like you said, he didn't give him that maybe a second to see how
he lost
reacted
consciousness
on the
here for a split second. See there, hands barely going out. There's a split second, he's unconscious. He's just a really tough guy who's a warrior, and Gidney came back fighting extremely alert. Most guys don't have that kind of recovery. But according to the rules, right there's a split second, and then even that armbar, I mean, to make an argument, he got into the armbar because the referee pushed him into the arm.
Yeah.
So you see it again. So he's stunned here. Damian catches. Damian goes to finish him, but right now the referee shoves him to his hip, and now Gibney wakes up and puts him in an armbar, but that armbar wouldn't have happened if the referee hadn't been jumping in there. So
absolutely,
I actually think it's a good call,
and
because
I agree completely. It's to protect the fighter, and that shot, that right hook from Damian was bang on the money.
And Damian was going to be in perfect side control, raining down more shots.
Yeah.
It wasn't looking good for Gidney. I mean, Gidney might think he had that armbar, but if he looks back, he only got that armbar because the referee knocked Damian into that position.
And that is a big win, actually. The slight confusion, stroke controversy, which might have, in the early seconds, have surrounded that finish, should not take anything away from the win Damian got. Lucas Zabrowski there, enjoying it there with him. He landed the shot.
He did.
The referee protected the fighter. The way he fell was enough for him to stop it. It's frustrating as a fighter, of course it is, because you want to battle as long as you can. But great win for Damian. That's 2-2, 2-0 in ACB.
10-й бой вечера. Поединок в среднем весе. Внимание на экран.
Я делал акцент на ударку, так как мой соперник ударник. Так я буду готов, иншалла, как в стойке, так и в партере. В борьбе тоже буду готов, иншалла. Постараюсь со стойки тоже поработать.
Будем работать в своей манере, бить, посмотрим, что профессионально, кто тоже, поборемся. Я не знаю, это бой проходит. Ты загадываешь одно, может получиться совсем другое.
Если будет возможность, переведу его в партер, буду добивать. Если возможность будет, переведу обязательно. И так буду со стойки биться. Акцент делаю на стойку. Я думаю, что я готов со стойки.
В любом месте, где будет проходить бой, то есть в партере, либо в стойке, либо в борьбе, будем работать по ситуации. Очень жду, уже хочется побыстрее, все это началось. Хочется побыстрее в клетку, очень желание большое, хорошо подраться хочется.
Wow, and what a reception for the hometown man, Mikhail Kolobegov. Huge pop from the crowd here in Rostov, this sold-out arena. Big fan favorite here. Has fought for Pro FC. Great promotion based here in Rostov. And we hear it again. Hard wrestler, devastating strikes, but has had nearly, just over a year out of the cage, sustained an eye injury in training, has meant 3 eye operations, but he's able to make it back to perform here for ACB's second show here in Rostov of the year. A very exciting fighter, very exciting to see him back, I should say. But that time out from the cage, I spoke to him yesterday, he said it is a worry. He said he's never had that much time away. So it'll be interesting to see how he starts, how it feels, and with this crowd behind him, that can make all the difference.
It'd be very motivating to fight in front of your home crowd. A lot of guys like it, and it can be convenient. You know, the week of the fight is when I think it's the best, because you know where all the restaurants are. You have your kitchen, you have your bed. You know, when you're moving around and doing all the week the prep coming up close, the stresses of being and navigating a new town or being in a new city are eliminated by being in your hometown. On the flip side, it can be very stressful too, because you know, if you go and travel somewhere to go fight, no one's asking you for tickets because they got to invest in their own plane ticket and hotel room. When you fight at home, everybody and their mother are going to ask you, can I get a ticket, can I get a ticket? And so, you know, sometimes, you know, then, you know, you get that tit for tat of like, well, how come you gave so-and-so a ticket? You didn't give me a ticket.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you like them more? You like, you know, so just sometimes it goes both ways, you know.
Hometown politics.
Hometown politics.
But he was very relaxed. He was very open about his concerns about getting back in there, but also very excited about doing this. And a great response yet again.
И красный угол, добро пожаловать, боец из города Грозный, Хусейн Кушаров!
Next up, we welcome Hussein Kushagov to the cage. Used to fight at light heavyweight, has made this move to middleweight and made it successfully. In his last fight, drew out a 3-round decision, very impressive indeed. Answered a lot of questions about making that move, cutting the weight down, and has looked very intense the whole time we've been around the hotel. Very focused, very intense, very excited to be doing this, to be getting him here in Rostov. Putting his skills together against Kolobegov, and very similar styles. They like to clinch, they like to wrestle, they've both got big power shots. It could very much be a question of who lands first or who ends up on top first.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see. I mean, I'm really looking to see, is Hussein going to try to take advantage of any of the maybe, you know, lingering eye effects that Mikhail could have, knowing what eye is injured, throwing hooks to that side, not so much to try to damage the eye, but knowing that maybe, you know, a tenth of a second not reading a punch coming in could be the difference between lights out and victory. And so you're interested to see if he's going to go that route and try to, you know, take advantage of it, or, you know, on the flip side, is Mikhail going to do anything to try to block that? You know, if eventually that eye's forward, do you switch it to back, or do you vice versa? Do you just go ahead and throw caution to the wind and not, you know, pay any attention to an injury like that?
One thing about these fighters is they're both dangerous at all points. They've both been 3 rounds before, they've both been in trouble before. Kushagov has got a fantastic comeback win, ACB 20, when he went against Giga Kukashvili, a light heavyweight who was destroying him in the first round, and he turned it round and finished him in the second. As with Mikhail Kolobegov, he fought Shamil Abdulhak Keligov in a 5-round war. He went to a sudden death round and he managed to get the finish with a flying knee in that 5th round after being quite honestly dominated for 4 rounds. Never quit, never gave up, and always dangerous. These are 2 traits.
That's a power move too. I mean, throwing a flying knee, you have to have some explosion in the gassing. So do that late in the round, that says something.
Ему 28 лет, базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 182 сантиметра, официальный вес 84 килограмма и 300 граммов. Его рекорд в ММА 12 боев, 9 побед, 3 поражения. Представляющий Ростов-на-Дону, Михаил! Его соперник сопернику в красном углу 25 лет. Его базовый стиль – вольная борьба. Рост бойца 180 сантиметров. Официальный вес 83 килограмма и 400 граммов. Рекорд ММА. 7 боев, 5 побед и 2 поражения. Представляющий Грозный Худей Польша.
You know the rules. Follow to my instructions. I want to clean fight. When I say stop, we stop. All the time.
So there, when they came together, it's hard to believe that it was Kushigov that was the light heavyweight. Mikhail Kolobegov certainly has some height on him. Looks big. Kolobegov in the Valetudo shorts in the blue corner. Kushigov in the blue camo shorts in the red corner. Kushigov loves to take the center of the cage. Work his opponent back with strikes. But Hussein is such a good wrestler.
He's looking for that right hand right now. You see Hussein's backing back and loading it? Oh, there he threw it. Almost to be too predictable. Ooh, that's kind of a dangerous little flying knee there. Didn't have the distance and really put you up in the air with a guy who looks like he can hit as hard as Hussein. Might not have been the best technique at that moment to pull off.
Hussein certainly looking to counter. He's obviously studied Mikhail. Well knows he wants to come forward, apply pressure, so he's looking to, as soon as he throws, drop a hook. Almost enticing him in with those low hands. Mikhail mixing it up nicely there, strike to the body. Constantly pouring out that jab, just gauging that distance. Hussein nods, that connected. Again with that flying knee.
Yeah, the way he's throwing it, I really kind of keep clenching my teeth.
He's not really setting it up either, is he? He's kind of leaping in from a distance, which, when you've got someone throwing as big, heavy hooks as Hussein, you could regret that very, very quickly.
Yeah, and the flying knee works better off the lead leg. You pump forward with the back leg, and then your lead leg is the one you're actually going to connect with. Throwing it off the back leg is just, it's more difficult. It's usually a shorter move.
Oh, big hooks coming in, and there we go, he's dropped him! And the referee, and look at that! Mikhail Kolobegov, take a bow. A dramatic finish there. In front of his hometown crowd. There is the big hooks. We'll take a look at the finish. We'll just have a look at Mikhail Kolobegov protesting.
Well, I mean, it's hard when you're the fighter and you get hit because you're stunned, so your perception of reality is skipped. It isn't like he was conscious during the time he was unconscious. So that's why, you know, you try to talk to the fighter, but I've never agreed with arguing with somebody, you know, just sit there like, yeah, you know, you got caught. Well, no, I didn't. Okay, well, we'll look at it at the end. You know, let's watch the video. Let's see. Because at that moment in his brain, he doesn't realize it's kind of like having surgery. There's that time loss, you know, you know, and so there's not a continued connection.
He certainly got rocked, and that's all praise to Mikhail Kolobegov implementing that game plan. It seemed very simple: move forward, exchange, and throw hooks, cut off the cage, and he connected.
You think they're rooting for the hometown guy?
I think maybe, just maybe. Mikhail Kolobegov looking to speak to the fans here in Rostov.
Михаил, у вас был довольно длительный, простой из-за травмы. Вот вы сейчас провели яркий бой, одержали весомую во всех смыслах победу. Что сейчас чувствуете?
облегчение, что все труды прошли не напрасно. Мама, мы весь с тобой гоняли. Привет тебе, видишь, я победил для тебя.
Вы ярко выступили сейчас в этом поединке. Какие планы у вас были? ACB? Понятно, что чемпионство всегда, но, тем не менее, на следующий бой, кого бы вы, возможно, хотели видеть своим соперником?
Следующий соперник у меня операция, опять 29 ноября. Потом посмотрим, что руководство даст. Хотел бы поблагодарить всех, кто пришел. Всем привет, салам алейкум. Кому-то hello, кому-то hi, кому-то ауе. Всем спасибо. И также попрошу поболеть за Беслана Исаева, которому сейчас очень нужна победа, и за Александра Шабли. Спасибо.
Дамы и господа, победитель этого боя Mikhail Kolobegov.
Mikhail Kolobegov there, thanking the fans, also thanking his mum who helped him cut weight, saying he's glad to be back, great to be back in the cage. His next opponent is surgery again. He has another op in 2 months' time, but after that he will be back and he'll want to fight back in front of these fans. And
great combinations there. You see how he was able to go in there with the overhand right, threw a couple more, and you know, really Hussein was trying to go ahead and try to avoid it, but at that moment he was already rocked and hurt, and there you can see he's stunned, and he got caught with a left hook really on the way down, so he was already probably in the right of the referee to stop the fight before that punch, but that last hook there, you know, that pretty much put the sealed the deal.
And there we go. You can see what it meant to Mikhail Kolobegov here in front of his hometown. He also gave a shout out to the headline fighter Alexander Shabli from his hometown gym.
Дамы и господа, представляю 11-й бой вечера. Поединок в полусреднем весе. Внимание на экран.
Ну, в принципе, таких больших изменений нет. В основном, когда работаю с борцом, она сильно изматывает, поэтому стараюсь работать по сетке, больше борьбы пытаюсь сделать.
Я очень рад, что буду драться в ACB. В Майами я тренировался со многими ребятами из России, и все очень хорошо отзывались об этой лиге, как о лучшей в России. Вы знаете, я всегда хочу драться только с лучшими, и поэтому я именно здесь.
Ну, он профессионал, постоянно прессингует, постоянно вяжет. Это его стиль. Ну, стиль бесспорно, парень будет работать постоянно на атаке. Это серьезный оппонент для меня.
Я видел бои Беслана. Безусловно, он очень хороший боец, уважаемый спортсмен. Практически во всех своих поединках он встречался с крутыми бойцами и всегда устраивает двойной сплит. У него богатый опыт. Я очень ценю то, что он всегда ко всем относится с большим уважением.
Если оба боя сложатся за мной неудачно, то, скорее всего, я так думаю, будем отдельно время на дно, а потом доведем где-то время с ним.
So next up, we have a welterweight bout, and we welcome another American to the cage, Steve Carl, fighting out of American Top Team, former World Series of Fighting champ, dedicated martial artist, loves the sport, loves the game, taking on a big challenge with Beslan Isayev. And talked about being out in the American Top Team. Some Russians were out there as well, Kolobegov as well as Shabli. And he said they both speak so highly of, first of all, ACB, the promotion, and also Beslan as an opponent. So he's looking to relish this opportunity. He also said if you look at our records, we've both got a lot of finishes. He can't see this really going out in the first round. You can't argue with that really when he has 14 first round finishes just on his own.
Very impressive. That the finishing ability of both these guys have gone over such a long term. I mean, these guys aren't just going out there and fighting in small mom and pop shows. You have guys that have been, such as Steve Carl has fought. He's been the World Series of Fighting champion. He's been on the Tough Show. You know, over here now, this is his third trip to Russia. He's constantly fighting in some of the highest levels of competition and has amassed that kind of record and with that many first round finishes. And that's a statement in itself.
Both of these fighters have over 50 finishes between them in their careers, which is an unbelievable stat. So it's another blink and you may just miss it fight.
Дамы и господа, встречайте в красном углу боец из России Беслан Исаев!
Now making his way to the cage, Beslan Isayev. They class him as the leader of Team Bakut, so influential with all the fighters, as a mentor, as a trainer, and such a huge record, 34-8. However, that 8 came, the last loss in his last fight was Brett Cooper, a tough wrestler from America who managed to control him with size on the ground, which gave him the decision win. Almost in a Conor McGregor style, he's asked for almost a similar opponent. Steve Carl brings a lot of the same issues. A heavy wrestler, a lot of experience, a grappler. He's almost asked to wipe that slate clean by doing that, and you've got to respect a fighter for that sort of attitude to the game.
Yes, you do. The fact that he wants to face the same type of person that's the only guy to beat him in the last 10 fights shows that his hunger to want to improve and not just pad his record or look for the easiest path to victory to maybe line himself up for a title shot. Here he's wanting to have the shot at the title, but instead of stringing up 2 or 3 wins against opponents that he might match up better against, he's actually picking a guy that most likely resembles his last loss and who's the current champion. So that in itself shows you his kind of dedication he takes, and really besides also his accomplishments with his record, that shows you why he's a leader there at Bakut, and why he's the type of guy that, you know, that gains so much respect and attention from the guys around him.
Also very interesting, and I know you have a similar approach. With all the experience, he now trains himself, so he looks at his experience, knowing his body, knowing what he can take, knowing what he can do, and builds his own training camps and own game plans.
Ему 31 год, базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 182 сантиметра. Официальный вес 77 килограммов и 600 граммов. Его рекорд 27 боев, 22 победы и 5 поражений. Представляющий Бейплейн, Айова, США, Стив Карл. И представляем его соперника, бойца в красном углу. Ему 33 года. Базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 182 сантиметра, официальный вес также 77 килограммов и 600 граммов. Его рекорд в ММА 42 боя, 34 победы, 8 поражений. Представляющий грозный Беслан Петр Михайлов, Польша.
Hi guys, you know the rules. To my instructions, I want a clean fight. When I say stop, we stop. All the time protect yourself. Cut your balls and go back to your corners.
So we are set for this welterweight bout. Steve Carl in the red shorts in the blue corner, and Beslan Isayev in the Bakut black and grey shorts with in the red corner. Beslan Isayev, very hard hitter. If he can connect. But Carl looking to engage straight away with that clinch.
Oh, held the cage there a little bit. Just trying to turn around and get Carl back in front of him. Great defensive job now on Beslan's part. Now he's hooking that forearm to help break the grip. Now decided to go and abandon it and go back to the whizzer.
Spoke to some of his teammates. They said after the Brett Cooper fight, he's been working his takedown defense, his cage wrestling a lot since that fight.
Now he has his hands connected, but in a guillotine.
Carl able to pop his head out there.
Now he's in a knee slice across to at least half guard, but no. Beslan did a great job of putting him back into full guard.
Beslan looking composed on the ground there.
That's one argument I have against the long hair. As a competitor, you can see that when Beslan was holding on the back of Steve's head, that mane that he has actually, I think, gives you a better grip. Even if you're not grabbing the hair itself, it allows there more friction and more to bite onto. Oh, triangle.
Here we go, look at this. Beslan Isaev looking to lock up his own submission.
He's out.
3 minutes, 25 seconds left in this first round.
Another nice knee slice position from Steve. Almost in a leg drag, but the knee got onto the other side. Now he's going to just push down, and he has to be careful, though, because Beslan still has a butterfly hook in. He's going to, exactly what he's doing. He's crossing his ankles now on top. That's going to crush down that butterfly hook, but Beslan was still able to do it. He's able to rotate him enough and use that butterfly hook to elevate and get him off of him. But right now, the one mistake that he's making here, Beslan, that I could point to is that he's not trying to get back up to his feet when his back's getting close to the cage. He's kind of playing jiu-jitsu. And that's not a good idea when you're that close to the cage.
And there we go, the crowd responds to Beslan getting back to his feet and managing to turn Carl. Turn that corner, looking to do some wrestling of his own. But Carl's a lot bigger than him. Beslan doesn't cut much weight. He's 175 pounds before.
Hands connected again. Oh, but great job on Beslan's part to try to hit that switch. But Carl could pull his head out, move to his right, like he just did right there, and it switches over to a double.
That chain wrestling, all that experience Carl has.
Every move has a counter, and just you flowing and knowing where you are. So when you get into a certain position, you know where you're supposed to go and how fluently and comfortably you can go there before your opponent is able to capitalize.
Well, Beslan looks for a little switch.
Yeah, kind of a judo trip there. If this was a freestyle wrestling match, you might get a slip throw, but now he's going to sit on that arm. But Carl's still in a pretty decent position. If he could stay up high enough.
Just over 1 minute 30 left of this.
He's attacking that arm. But not only is he attacking that arm, but it's also a way of holding the position. He might fall off to a hip right here, though. Switching off to a guillotine attempt. Oh, that's a strong one, too. We'll see how the arm is in across the body. Oh, Beslan was able to get the arm across, though. See how he got his arm out?
Yeah.
That saved him from a very vicious choke. If that arm would have been on the mat and basically Steve would have been on the far side of it, it would have been a vicious, very powerful guillotine choke.
Again, we're treated to another back and forth grappling match between two very high level fighters. 1 minute left in the first round. Short punches coming in from Beslan. Looks like Steve Carl's looking for that triangle setup. Beslan recognizes.
Going for the armbar attempt there. Still could get it. Oh, Beslan was able to pull out. He needs to switch over to a knee bar and sweep.
Wise from Beslan to disengage there. And now moving forward with shots. That body shot was big. And again, look at this, a huge knee from Beslan. Carl's eating it, but that's certainly wearing. Thai plum finch there. And look at that, a back and forth fight.
Well, if I had any questions until the last exchange on who was going to win that round, even with the takedowns that Steve was able to secure, just it's hard to argue how strong Beslan was able to finish that he didn't garner the win and get the judge's nod on that round. Here he was trying to control in the back, and that little back step to try to throw him over the top, Steve didn't fall for it, took the back, but was able to defend and come out on top in the inside the guard of Steve. Now Beslan was raining down shots, and here Steve just kind of ran out of gas, stood up, and was a sitting target for Beslan, who just rained off body shots and then came in for the clinch and was pulling him in. And a couple of those glanced off the elbows was the only thing that saved it from being a stoppage there.
We are set for round 2. Steve Carl says he hates the clacker for round 2. Round 2 and 3 suck. He said if he can get it done in 1, he will do. But we are set for round 2 here with Beslan Isaev and Steve Carl. Beslan looking to engage with strikes. Very readable spinning cycle. Again, the body shots from Beslan.
Yeah, I think also too, Steve is out of gas. And those hooks to the body aren't helping it out.
Beslan being very patient. One thing that was said in the Brett Cooper fight was when he had his opponent hurt, he rushed in a bit too much, but looking to pick his shots. Carl again.
He's really fighting down for that guillotine, but then Beslan was able to secure the wrist and pull it off. Now he has double body lock if he wanted to go for a takedown, but I think he's very content here just to lock up a clinch and beat him up. Oh, flying heel hook.
And Beslan turns it.
Only thing that kind of staved Steve there was he locked up a Kimura, was attempting to, was able to use it to reverse the grip.
Again, back and forth.
Steve just needs to beat that arm. That has the leg. It's kind of a Wyoming ride. He can hook the far wrist, and now he needs to flatten Beslan back out by driving forward right now. Steve might actually be looking for the crucifix, trying to trap that arm. But Beslan was able to get that arm, his right arm specifically, out and around, and was able to sweep the waist and hold on, and now he's back in a superior position than he just was.
3 minutes 10 left of this second round. We're here at ACB 49. Frank Mir and me, Brian Lacey, on comms.
Now Steve needs to do something besides laying against the cage there, because it looks really bad to the referee. And one more of those exchanges, and it's going to be hard not to see why the referee wouldn't stop the fight.
Beslan mixing up the strikes well as there and jumping in, surprising him with that right hand.
Great off timing. He threw a kick, threw another kick, and he kind of lulled Steve into thinking they were going to take a break. And he wasn't.
Tired shot there from Steve. Beslan on top, but Steve, such a high-level jiu-jitsu player, always dangerous. Beslan's got to keep his concentration.
Well, right now, probably better off if he was trying to get a butterfly guard going. Every time Beslan puts one leg up like that, he needs to, instead of trying to attack the arm and go for the neck, if he can sweep his foot underneath the leg, then he would have a butterfly hook, and that would be much easier for him to get a sweep or to get back up.
And again, that quick right hand comes in, but surprised that he was able to get that single leg. Will he be able to finish it? Beslan gets those double underhooks and manages just to get Steve Carl up, and now he gets the takedown.
Steve's trying to push his foot up over the top of that arm to get a triangle, but Beslan sees it. He's putting his weight down on the other side. Really open more for an omoplata than a triangle at that moment. Steve now, I think he has his arm underneath the leg from over here. He's trying to go for a sweep.
1 minute, 15 seconds left of round number 2. The more decisive shots certainly landed by Beslan, and more time on top as well.
Well, yeah, the first round, Steve had his moments at the beginning of it, and Beslan really came on super strong at the end. And here it's been all Beslan from the opening round and the coming into the second.
Disengages, lets Carl get back to his feet. Love those little body shots Beslan does as he angles off. Oh, and a hard right hand. Steve Carl felt that. Watch this body shot come in. Oh, huge left hand.
That actually to Steve's, Beslan was able to come in with a clinch. I think if he would have pulled back away and thrown another punch or two, it could have been. Beslan has continuously grabbed the cage from the other side. And I don't know how the rules work. It's not improving his position with it, so maybe that's why the referee doesn't call it.
Well, we go into round number 3. All credit to Steve Carl taking those shots, staying in there. A very dominant round for Beslan there. We'll look at some of the action here. These were the shots.
Just devastating angles. Steve's trying to cover up his head, and when Beslan sees that, he goes and attacks down low. And here off his back, Steve hasn't really shown any ability to garner any offense going forward. And he kind of jumped in there with like a lazy lead hook, and Beslan fired that straight right down the middle.
This will give Beslan huge confidence as well. Certainly evolved since his last fight with Brett Cooper.
He's nullified the wrestling so far of Steve, and at this point, Steve can't just win a wrestling match. He's going to have to look for some kind of finish.
His corner doing a good job of getting him a few more seconds breathing space. Round 3. Steve Carl in the blue corner with the red shorts. Beslan Isaev in the red corner with the black shorts.
I like Steve bending his legs a little more spring on his punches.
Again looking to take him down, but again ends up on his back. We talk about diminishing returns with weight cuts. There is a big size difference with Carl. Oh, and a big left hand there. And Beslan has all this energy left in the 3rd round. This could be the fact that he doesn't make those horrendous weight cuts for fights like this.
Again, it goes both ways. The extra size could make it to where you wear your opponent out, but also to the lack of,
we could have a crucifix
to Kimura, to an armbar tip. Wow, that was pretty high level.
That was very high level, and Beslan's defended well, but just shows that if you give Carl the opportunity, he's got the skills there to finish this fight. If he gets a limb, a neck.
I took a little bit of energy expenditure from him. Now he's trying to regain his wind while he's sitting there also trying to defend off attacks.
Be a bit of a wake-up call as well for Beslan. Disengages.
So being the lighter guy could give you an advantage because you're not as sapped, but also being the heavier guy could wear out the lighter guy. So you see it in Beslan's last fight, the size was an advantage for his opponent. In this fight, not so much.
Nice. Carl calls him on. Carl looks like he's ready to make it gritty. Take shots to give shots, but he's got to throw back. Beslan is just his output so much higher than Steve Carl's. Right in front of us here against the cage. 2 minutes 30 left in this 3rd round.
Standing Kimura attempt from, oh, he's really going for it. But Beslan was able to take his back.
Carl could end up on top here, though.
He will. He'll be able to grab the neck and turn the corner. But what he's going to be able to do with it, though, is another question. Only 2 minutes left in the fight, and there you see that, was he able to flatten down to the mount?
He's gone straight to mount. Look at this. We have got 2 minutes left of this.
Oh, he missed the triangle. Now he's going for a Darce. But Beslan was able to control his hand.
Amazing stuff there.
Going for a guillotine choke, but now Carl's on the correct side. You know what? For somebody who was as tired as he was going into that second round, I'm very impressed that Steve has been able to come back and fight as hard as he's fighting. And Beslan has just been very astute, be able to block almost all his attempts at submissions. Stay on top.
Carl is going all out, looking for that mount again. Trying to lock up that arm, and stepping over the head as well. You know a thing or two about this move.
Yeah, he's looking for the Darce. Now he's going to go for head and arm. Oh, I think he's going for the... See that right there? He locks that up. That's a shoulder lock.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Look at this. Beslan looking to turn round. Unbelievable. Look at the position his arm's in.
Oh!
Wow. Wow. 1 minute left of this fight. Again going for the crucifix.
Roberts has it again. He's going to probably go for the far side guillotine. Or, Kimura.
Steve Carl said he didn't like the third round, but he's come alive in it. Look at this as he moves now. He's like an octopus. He seems wherever a limb is, but now Beslan's turned it around, and he's on top. 30 seconds left of this fight.
Wow, Steve, though, no dishonor to that final couple attempts he went for were impressive, and I can't believe Beslan got out of that shoulder attack. Call it a phone, answer the phone when you have a head and arm, and the guy puts the arm down between the legs and is able to figure for it and pull up. It puts a huge amount of pressure on your shoulder.
Still going for it, looking for a triangle here in the last seconds. And there we have it, 3 hard rounds. And what a third round that was. Steve Carl never quit.
No, not at all.
Never gave up. Some amazing stuff and some great words exchanged by the two fighters here. There'll be a huge amount of respect for each other after a battle like that.
Very impressed Steve Carl turned that around. I mean, that second round looked bad. I was sitting there thinking in the back of my head, strong argument maybe for the fight, the corner to say, we don't need a third round because it's not looking like you're coming back from this. And then the fact that he almost won that in several different spots, very impressive. And Beslan just, everything he did was completely on point. His skills on stopping the takedowns, and really, I was in a phenomenal third round for what looked like to be a very one-sided. I thought we were going to easily see a referee stoppage, if not a knockout, for Beslan over Steve.
Well, you think about the damage he took at the end of the second round, where he almost got dropped. And like you said, if Beslan had stepped back and maybe thrown a couple of more shots, maybe that would have been stopped. He took that, he sucked it up, he went in there for the third round, and then it was limbs and scrambles. Some beautiful MMA jiu-jitsu there.
Yeah, right off the bat, it seemed like Steve just had a different mindset going into that third round. I don't know if maybe he had a shorter camp and maybe a little bit of contemplation. And so I think maybe he was holding back the first round or two. And then the third round, basically, it's okay, this is it. So he was able to just go ahead and let go and fight to his fullest.
И в этом поединке единогласным решением судей победу одержал Beslan!
So what was a strong argument for Beslan just going to lightweight?
Beslan, сегодня вы одержали без преувеличения потрясающую победу. Американец действительно фантастический грэплер. Кто-то, возможно, перед этим боем в вас не верил. Что чувствуете сейчас?
Да, сегодня был тяжелый бой. Да, многие в меня не верили. Но все, что случилось, вы сами видите. Я выиграл.
Beslan Исаев!
So Beslan just spoke to the crowd. the ring announcer, Alexander Sadokov, asked him about coming into this fight and people maybe losing faith in him, not believing he had the potential to beat a fighter like this, and he said people didn't, and he said he had to prove them wrong today, and he did it in emphatic fashion, and a great fight. All credit to Steve Carl as well for making it that, but Beslan, if you look back at this action, looks fantastic, those first two
that
rounds.
Shoulder lock there, the guys, that is really tight, and Beslan has a lot of heart. Obviously, great technical aspects of his ability that he was able to leverage enough of the technique off by going up to his knees that he could alleviate some of the pressure on the shoulder. But there was only so much technique that took. A lot of it was just pure guts.
Pure guts, pure determination, and now that question has been answered. Beslan Isaev is on his way back to that welterweight title. Brett Cooper and Saidov will fight for that at ACB 50 on December 18th.
Это ACB 49, Ростовская сеть и главный бой вечера. Внимание на экран!
Всегда, когда я проигрывал, я был не сконцентрирован на бою, был самоуверен и был излишне себя преувеличивал над соперником. И тем самым я проиграл. А когда же я собран, я ментально готов, я выиграл. Сейчас моя основная задача не допустить эту бою шагом. Все будет зависеть от наших ментальных составляющих, то, как мы подойдем к бою. У кого будет воля к победе больше,
Как я понимаю, что он к этому будет готовиться очень сильно, он понимает, что ему надо реабилитироваться, что он хочет этот миф различать, что он может проигрывать, может выигрывать, он хочет уверенно идти. Поэтому я сам готовился тоже упорно. Многие дают прогнозы, 50 на 50, я так думаю, мнения расходятся. Знаю, что Эдди хороший парень, сильный боец, но надо драться с сильными соперниками, чтобы доказывать, что ты сильный.
Он ударник, который хорошо защищается от борьбы. Планирую то, что у меня лучше всего получается. Это прессинг, работа первым номером, работать как в стойке, так и в партере.
Строил свой план под него, мы его изучали, конкретно брали все поединки, просматривали, детально изучали. Все говорят, что Эдуард физически крепкий, я готовился к тому, что он будет бороться. Но Эдди как столько неплохо работает, посмотрим. Но есть ошибки, над которыми я работал, его ошибки, которые я просматривал, хочу их реализовать в этом бою.
Я к этому иду уже 2 года. У меня уже была осечка. Проиграл в начале года и хочу уже драться в конце этого года за пояс. Все будет зависеть от ментальной составляющей.
Эдуард, львиное сердце,
And here we are, we move on to our main event. Just thinking about this matchup, what's about to unfold in front of us gets me so excited. Two of the top lightweights on the ACB roster, growing every time they fight, and we welcome Edward Vartanyan, the Lionheart, to the cage, a proud Armenian, just 25 years old, a record of 14-3, has been in there with the best, as well as Oli Bagov, as well as Abdulaziz. Talked about that fight yesterday with me and said he wasn't quite ready, he wasn't focused. It's a loss that he understands why he lost, and he's made changes in his camp, in how he prepares, and he won't let that affect him again. So for such a young fighter to learn at this stage what he needs to do, it'll be exciting to see him put it into play today.
That's one thing. I mean, one thing is making adjustments in practice, but that's why we have this stage set for us. We come out here with the lights on us, and when all the pressure is real, and then obviously the gym is the step to learning and cultivating that. But this is the final test. You know, can you now implement, make those changes, or are you going to revert back to your old ways?
A very exciting fighter who's caught the eyes of the fans, personality-wise and style-wise. Goes in there, gives it his all every single time. Lionheart is a name which fits him extremely well. A good skill set as well, well-rounded. Showed in his last fight against Braga of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He wanted to take it to the ground just to show people how good he was. He was there, he dominated it, as well as a tough plum clinch. So if he gets in close, look for him to throw knees, throw punches, and now elbows as well. A well-rounded fighter and a dangerous opponent for anybody. By far the toughest test of the man to next enter the octagon, and prepare yourself for the pop from the crowd, Alexander Shabley. And here he comes, the hometown hero, Alexander Shabley, 23 years of age, a record of 15-2, a devastating record as well. 15 wins by finish, 13 in the first round. There we have the pop from the crowd, the hometown support. Been training out at ATT for this one as well. So mixed up his training, had a 12-week camp, spent a large amount of it, 4 weeks out in American top team, then went to Dagestan, trained with some fighters out there, and then came back to Rostov to finish his camp. So just showing that he's not, despite he's got a winning formula, open to new experiences, new training, new methods, and that's what we'll see him develop as a fighter in years to come.
Yeah, I personally like that format. You can step out of your comfort zone, go places and learn at the very beginning of the camp, you know, be that you have a long enough camp. Then you can go somewhere and get some fresh sparring with different guys that, you know, mix it up again, you know, take you out of your comfort zone. But there's something to be said about going to your home, being where you can put together your strengths, and then, you know, you're going to bring back all the new skill sets or whatever new tricks you have in the bag, but you want to make sure you get re-centered to go ahead and just using those to accentuate your strengths and to still do what you do best, just a new version of yourself, not completely throw the old, or whether the expression, throw the baby out with the bathwater type scenario.
Said to me yesterday, he's looking forward to this. Obviously, it's been a dream of his. His first headline fight in his hometown. Dreams are coming true right now, but he knows it's going to be a battle. He knows Edward Vartanian has more experience in long wars, 3-round wars, so a lot of his training has been focused on many, many rounds of sparring, and he hopes to show that he can go 3 rounds to really establish himself in this lightweight division and take the scalp of Vartanian and take that step towards the lightweight title.
Итак, дамы и господа, Лига ACB представляет главный бой вечера. Поединок в легком весе. Ростов, вы готовы? Дамы и господа, Лига ACB предупреждает, сейчас будет жарко! Я представляю соперника, первого бойца в синем углу. Ему 25 лет. Базовый стиль ММА. Рост бойца 177 сантиметров. Официальный вес 70 килограммов 800 граммов. Его рекорд 17 боев, 14 побед, только 3 поражения. Представляющий Москву, Эдуард, львиное сердце, Вартанян! И представляю его соперника, бойца в красном углу клетки. Ему 23 года, базовый стиль, рукопашный бой. Рекорд в ММА 17 боев, 15 побед и 2 поражения. Представляющий Ростов-на-Дону, Александр Резервная Петр Михайлов, Польша.
Hey guys, you know the rules. Follow to my instructions. I want to clean fight. When I say stop, we stop, okay? All the time protect yourself. Touch your gloves and go back to your corners.
We are seconds away from this lightweight bout kicking off. Edward Vartanian in the black shorts in the blue corner. Alexander Shabley in the red shorts in the red corner. Shabley looking in fantastic shape for this. Looking to clinch himself. Puts Vartanian up against the cage.
Edward now has that forearm across the neck, which makes it pretty much almost impossible to keep continuing on the takedown unless you can trap it. Ooh, nice straight right. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and with a right. A huge knee as well. Alexander Shapley putting a mark on the start of this fight. Look at the precision with these shots. Another one, a big knee.
Great combinations. He's sensing that Edward was being hurt and was trying to go ahead and finish him off. But to Edward's credit, great job on surviving that and not taking a shot that would finish the fight. But now he's secured a takedown. Working into the open guard there. Ooh, he actually almost has a mount if he drops that knee down and keeps that arm trapped, but he had his arm on the wrong side.
Alexander Shapley using some strength there to get it and dropping big shots on Vartanian. Look at this. Oh, Vartanian responds with the right, but Shapley's stalking the Lionheart. Three minutes 30 left of this round, still to go.
Nice straight right lead by Edward. Fought himself with a little bit of a crooked jab there off the lead side. Second time it wasn't going to work though.
Nicely engaged. They timed that clinch well.
Very well, almost too well. If it wasn't for the cage there, probably would have ended up top in the clinch, but
both fighters showing why this fight was so highly anticipated. Both showing heart, skills. Great diverse range of weapons. Oh, nice stiff jab from Vartanian.
Oh, straight right hand there.
Look at that, he stood his ground and threw that right. Definitely wobbled Shapley then.
Now Alexander.
And again! There's a look in Vartanian's eye, almost a smile.
He has his nose busted up right now on the bridge.
Again, Shapley's got to move that head because that straight right keeps connecting. Look at that. A nasty break at the nose of Shapley. And the Lionheart smells blood. Still 2 minutes left of this fight. Vartanian now moving forward.
He's stalking well, but he keeps getting caught with that uppercut up the middle. Both times, but he's not moving his head afterwards. He's standing right there, and D'Artagnan's just laser point accuracy with that right hand.
That is a badly broken nose. That is almost... That has certainly changed shape since the start of that fight, and since Edward Vartanian's been able to apply that right hand. Big shot.
Wow.
Look at this. They're both exchanging now. But Vartanian's movement, once he throws an angle or he moves his body and head.
Yeah, D'Artagnan's winning these exchanges.
And again, pushes that head back at Shapley with a stiff left jab. 1 minute left of this fight. That feels like it's been going on for an age already. Back and forth.
This is an incredible first round.
The crowd are getting behind Shapley. They're trying to motivate him.
It was looking like I couldn't see how Edward was going to survive this round. And now it looks like Alexander's been in trouble a couple times. I didn't know how he was going to survive.
Welcome to ACB. Shapley.
That uppercut's extremely effective coming from... He's slick. He has an answer for the jab. Because D'Artagnan's throwing the jab, and he's able to catch him with that shovel hook right up underneath it. But he hasn't had an answer for the right hand.
Oh, that's a huge left as well. Shapley's got to be struggling to breathe as well through that nose. We have an end of round one. Great respect between the fighters. The doctor coming in to work on Shabli's nose. What a back and forth round. Shabli certainly took the initiative in the start. Some big hooks, we might see some here. There we go.
Oh, he had him hurt there several times. He was catching shots, and it looked like Edwards was doing everything he could possibly do just to stay on his feet. And those knees just came thundering in over the top.
There we see Shabli with his own plum clinch. Again, but Vartanian came back, and it was just establishing simple
There's
shots.
that uppercut that keeps landing over the bottom.
And look at the damage he's causing. You can see the pain of that.
That's what D'Artagnan's doing the best at right now. He's taking that half step back, and when Alexander's coming in, he's firing that hard jab and then also straight right hand right down the middle. And so far, Alexander hasn't found a counter to that. The jab, he's countered a couple times by throwing a hook, a 4 right up the middle on the same side. But as far as the right hand or the forward motion of Edward, he hasn't.
So we're set for round 2 here of this 3-round fight. We're scheduled for 3 rounds. Whether it will go that far, both fighters will have different thoughts on that. Vartanian moving forward, again establishing that straight left.
Nice step through right hand coming from Edward. And now he's just stalking him down.
The corner, the doctor spent a lot of time working with Shabli. The corner must have told him start moving that head because he just keeps getting caught.
Right now, D'Artagnan's really fighting for that guillotine. He's got his hips in. But Alexander has his hands on the wrist, so he's going to be able to avoid getting choked.
Clinching up, Vartanian looking to break. Shabli said the factor would be that Vartanian's been in deep water before. He's fought, he's come back. Shabli hasn't done that this many times in his career, and not with an opponent of this caliber. Listen to the sound of the crowd responding to what these fighters are delivering here in the ACB cage in Rostov-on-Don.
Straight right hand again by Edward, and he tried to follow. It looked like maybe he was trying to switch the foot forward to go for a single takedown. What do you know? We saw a kick.
And there we have a Superman punch from Vartanian, pushing Shabli back and looking for his own takedown now.
He's got his fingers locked up and he's below the butt. Oh, but great job of Vasily to pull him down, and then D'Artagnan was able to counter with a leg grip. Secured that far wrist to make sure he couldn't just easily bounce up, and now he's on top.
Punishing shots coming in from outside.
I think he's just trying to lay on his back right now and just really sap any energy of Vasily to fight his way back up. Vasily very intelligently is putting his hand down, so now he's considered a down opponent. Oh, Shabli.
Oh, there we go. That's close. I think the referee called it. His hand did seem to be down. Vartanian's gesturing that he pulled his hand up. We'll have a look at the replay here. There's one of the knees. Hopefully we'll get a look at that hand position to see exactly how it's timed. The referee talking to Vartanian, asking him to pick his shots, be aware of a grounded opponent. Vartanian saying he did pull him up, gesturing that he rose him off the ground. And we go again. Another straight left there from Edouard Vartanian. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left in this second round.
D'Artagnan switched down for that double and was trying to connect his fingers right behind the back of Alexander, but Alexander was able to pull him up again, like he has in the past so far, doing a great job of defending that initial takedown attempt. Let's see if he just rips out the leg.
The pace that they're fighting at as well is unbelievable. Nice trip, but look at that straight back on, scrambles to his feet, Alexander. Look at these shots coming. Oh, he's wobbled Vartanian. He's definitely wobbled him. Coming forward with heavy hooks. Shabley looking to engage again. Oh, he hits him again with a left hook. Vartanian.
Amazing. Vartanian looks like he's recovered now. What a phenomenal job, Alexander. He caught him with that hook, kept marching forward, and he was trying to do everything he could at this point to finish it. And now, as this fight has been going, now we're switching tides again.
And they very kindly brought it straight in front of us here so we can see exactly what's going on. Unbelievable effort, unbelievable skill, durability shown by both fighters. Shabley is now turned against the cage. 30 seconds left of round number 2. Watch for the tie plum clinch and the heavy knees of Vartanian. Ten seconds left. And I'm not going to say I'm disappointed that we're going to see round number 3.
Absolutely not. Wow.
The conditioning of these two fighters to be like this. Vartanian talked to me about his camp. He's had 15 weeks training. Part of that camp, because he knew how tough this fight would be, was at altitude. And that's helped him, not just the pace he's fighting, but when he got hurt there, the recovery.
He has. In the first round, he got stunned and wobbled and was able to recover. Here in the second round, he got caught again with a hook coming in.
Let's have a look at some of these shots. That
was the hook right there.
On the temple. Big, powerful hooks from Shabley.
That's where Shabley is doing his most damage, is just kind of staying in the pocket, throwing heavy hooks after, Vartanian throws his strikes, comes in. Vartanian's doing his best job, his best work, when he's able to throw ones and twos and a hook, but then pull back out. Whenever he throws a punch and stays there too close is when he ends up taking shots from Shabley that cause damage.
And the crowd filling this arena with energy and appreciation for what they're seeing in front of them. Round 3. All to play for here. Those hard rounds that Shabley put in, the American top team in Dagestan at the various fight camps he went to. These will be the hours in the gym that pay off right now, right here.
Now, this is when your heart might want to go there, but if you haven't put enough conditioning and time and work, the body's not going to follow.
Shabley catches a leg and takes the back. Cinches up the body triangle really quickly there as well. Listen to the crowd. It's across his chin there.
Vartanian's trying to twist around and get his elbow back over the other side, do so to get back up. And right now, a great job of Shabley just to hold the body triangle, hook the leg behind the thigh, and just ride out the clock and just keep hunting for that rear naked choke.
There we go, looking to lock it up. Palm to palm now. Both fighters. Oh. The referee asked him to pick his shot.
12-6 as it looked like.
Vartanian trying to turn into, but that body triangle again just cinches it up. Three minutes left in this round. Very dominant start to this third round from Alexander Shabliy. Is the key here to just keep fighting the
yes.
hands?
See now there, he can get his left elbow back and through. Oh, but Alexander did a phenomenal job. Oh, now he's got on top.
And that's patience and composure as well, waiting for that opportunity to make that turn, to make his move. And now Edward Vartanian lands up on top.
Heel hook attempt.
He's got some good heel hooks. He's finished fights before.
Oh, and the body lock there. That's a calf slicer. That puts a ton of pressure on your knees.
Look at this. Each fighter giving every ounce of what they've got left in the tank, knowing how close this fight is. And all of a sudden we're back on our feet with 1 minute 50 seconds left to go of this epic battle. Very tired entry there from Vartanian.
Double leg attempt there, trying to lock it up, and now he's securing off, but you're right, both guys have just fought so hard. Well, guillotine attempt though if he tries to rip the leg out there. And I think neither guy really wants to take a blast from the other guy right now. I mean, both of them have been rocked, both of them have tested their ability to take shots. And now he's going to treetop him by having the leg up, and
then they exchange again. We're back in the clinch with 1 minute left to go.
Shabliy has double underhooks right there, but now we have...
Inch for inch, they are going head to head, and it just proves that the anticipation for this fight was absolutely right. Two of the best fighters in this division in the ACB roster, putting on a hell of a show here for the fans in Rostov. "30 seconds left. They scramble yet again. And Vartanian, with 10 seconds left to go, goes for the guillotine. Wow.
What a finish.
What an unbelievable fight, backwards and forwards. Both fighters in trouble, both fighters shone. All 3 rounds. In the words of the famous Gladiator film, are you not entertained? Very tough to score that third round. Shabliy had a lot of dominant position, but Vartanian was able to control some of the top when he got back on the feet against the cage. Let's look back at this.
Here he was able to secure that takedown. He was able to catch the kick and swept it. There, just kicking it back out. Was able to end up and take the back, and did a phenomenal job of figure fouring the body, and just stayed on top and was attacking. But you know, Edward did how patient he was to control the wrist, can roll over, and here finish the fight going for a guillotine of himself.
Neither one was willing to quit. Neither one took a back step. And the camera's even wearing the toll of it. Blood on the camera there, you can see. And Shabliy to come through that amount of damage that early on in the first round and to still fight through at that pace.
Both guys have been hurt. Both guys had dominant positions on each other. It was an incredible fight, back and forth, a test of wills.
This one will go to the judges. Look at that. Judges taking their time to bring us a decision. We will hand it back to Alexander Sadahuvkov for this decision.
В этом бою раздельным решением судей победу одержал Эдуард!
What a fight.
And there we have it. There we have our winner, Eduard Vartanyan. Takes the decision victory in a hard-fought battle.
Свежие эмоции. Вам микрофон, вам слово.
Саша держал свое слово. Он всегда в ринге, когда я выиграл. Ростов, кто сегодня бы не победил, все благодаря вам за вашу поддержку. В первую очередь и самую главную очередь я хочу сказать огромное спасибо Александру Шаблю. Я объясню почему. Во-первых, потому что мы профессионалы уважаем друг друга. А во-вторых, у нас одинаковые взгляды. Все, что мы делаем для нашего поколения. Мы являемся примером. И все, что мы делаем, копируют наши дети. Мы оба семейные дети, люди. И это победа нашим детям. Спасибо большое за внимание. Спасибо всем, кто приехал сюда из Краснодара, из Сочи, из других городов, моим братьям. И, конечно, спасибо организаторам и тому, без кого это не было бы возможно. Это моему бегу, Соломбековичу Хасиеву, его огромнейший вклад в развитие ММА. И вы не представляете, какое завоевание нового света нас ждет в следующем году. Спасибо, Борис Соломбекович. И, конечно, моим тренерам, без которого это все невозможно. Я словоохотлив, прошу прощения. И отец, спасибо.
Eduard Vartanyan there thanking the crowd, and in particular thanking Alexander Shabli for such a battle. And we thank them. What a performance they both put on for us here.
Спасибо, что поддержали Джамбата на следующих турнирах. Ну а сейчас итоговая пресс-конференция с участием бойцов.
What a performance they both put on for us here.
Я надеюсь, все со мной согласятся. Здесь должен быть еще один бой, без сомнения. Между Эдуардом Вартаньяном и Шаблием. Здесь я бы, честно сказать, дал бы ничью. Но решение менять здесь, естественно, будет неправильно. Поздравляю Вартаньяна и поздравляю Шабли. Молодцы, ребята. Отличный бой. Такого боя, наверное, в российском ММА не было вообще.
Итак,
все
ждут реванш.
Echoing the words of Vartanyan, paying respects to the fight and the fighters there. Alexander Shabli for bringing it